All right, so I think we're good to go. Welcome back, everyone, for Hallowfall Part 2. Or the ending of Hallowfall.
The ending of Hallowfall. I love how it's just like cut in. It's been like at least a day since we've been doing our shenanigans here. So we're going to be basically doing is this the last quest port? Like kind of the concluding quest?
There are multiple quests after this, but I think in part that is something I enjoy about the War Within so far, is that there is very natural transitions between the zones of the next few quests are still Hallowfall quests, but we are descending into Azj-Kahet now.
Oh, okay, yeah, I like that a lot, and that was something that was very, very missing in, well, it's been missing in the last few expansions, but like let's take Dragonflight for example. Dragonflight was very sectioned off when it really needed anchor characters to hold it through each one of those zones. It very much felt
how
like, okay.
Waking Shore ends with Alex Charles just going, "Here's a flower, go find Marithra."
I know, it's like, oh, great, thank you. Whoa.
Yeah, her quest text basically said, okay, we're done with the black and the red Dragonflight quests. Now it's time to start the green Dragonflight quest. There you go. Here's where you can go to pick those up.
Sure. It would have Dragonflight, like we've discussed, I think, maybe in our Enuin video, or either me and Sil discussed,
Sam, I think,
or something like that.
I think in our like Rathian videos, I remember you talking about that a little bit, about how like a better version of the Dragonflight questing experience would have had characters carry over between zones.
Yeah, it was my two choices of obviously like Rathian and Abyssium. And
I think we did talk about that in our Anduin one, because I proposed Rathian and Emberthal.
Yeah, Rathian and Emberthal. Yeah, also like the port. That's yeah. We must have talked about it in the Anduin one. So yeah, there
like,
we go.
And while there isn't necessarily like one or two single characters in all four zones in this, they have done a much better job having the story flow between them. Like, the ending of Isle of Dorn is we fix the Coreway, we are continuing to follow Moira, and joining Speaker Brinth and going down the Coreway. And then once Ringing Deeps ends, it ends with Adelgon being brought by Moira and bringing her oath-bound allies to the fight against the High Speaker. And then once that's done, Adelgon brings Anduin, and Anduin has us transition into this zone. And now here, now that the story of protecting Hallowfall from the shadow stuff is done, we're making our descent to take the fight further.
Yeah, and the other thing is that, like you said too, like when Enuin comes to the Ringing Deeps, we've already had that quick mention from the earlier zone. I mean, it was only a quick mention, but it still was there. And Enuin saying, hey, I've heard that there's like actual like Arathi around here. The Arathi? I would like to know about them. It's like pretty clear what he wants to do, and it's like, of course he'd be down in the Ringing Deeps. It makes sense for him to be there because it's like the next step. And Adelgon too telling Enuin that yeah, they tend to come through here, so it's like put two and two together. Okay, that's a smooth transition, because of course if Enuin was down there, he'd want to go to the path towards the Arathi, and we can travel with him. It, like I said, it's just a lot better work put into the flow between each zone here. Like I said, it feels almost like Mr. Pandaria again, which has a very like sort of smooth transition between a lot of their zones. I mean, there's a little bit sometimes it's a less smooth back in Mr. Pandaria, but overall I'd actually say that was one of the expansions with one of the smoothest flow, other than Warlords of Draenor. Warlords of Draenor that we discussed before had quite, even though I always say this, it was a weird expansion in a sense of like placement in like timeline and ideas behind it, although very, very, I'll always say that one of my favorite things was the little bit of like silliness with like the introduction titles for each character. I'll always stand out in my mind. Borderlands ass, but it kind of worked. But for the like, the sort of theming of it.
If the characters had more presence than those cutscenes, I think it would have worked better. But it's what it was that worked great.
Exactly. Like I said, it was a very flawed expansion, but at least it tried, you know, some sort of things in regards to that. But the flow between zones, because Khadgar was offering our anchor character and a few other characters too. they allowed us to transition through the zones much better, and it made sense that we moved to each zone, much like here in The War Within. It makes sense that we're going to each one of these zones. It tended to drop off, like you said, Port, when Legion was kind of introduced, in a sense that the flow between zones started becoming much weaker. It was like each zone was its own sort of area. And the thing is that it's okay if you're like, okay, I want this character to be like the air quotes champion of this area. We want to champion this character. We want your character to interact with said character who undergoes that small little like character arc. That's okay too, but you still need a kind of a flow and a reason behind why that character is there. And preferably there still needs to be one character anchoring, or at least a couple of characters smoothly anchoring your journey flow throughout the story, which we've seen here in The War Within. It's that core cast of characters that we've seen from the beginning and have stayed with us. And that's what Dragonflight severely lacked. It was just like, right, you know these dragons. It's like, okay, yeah. And then once we were done with like said story, we just left them in that zone and we just wandered kind of like on the prompt of a character just going, yeah, go find this person. It's like, okay. So we just moseyed on over rather than sort of like engaging in any sort of like story in regards to that. But anyway, yes, with Dragonflight, it was very much lacking a core character or a couple of core characters to anchor your story, and that's where it was really actually shocking that it wasn't Rathian, basically, because his overarching narrative would have been much vastly improved with a slow build and learning about the Dragon Isles, but instead he was just delegated as, you know, comedy and stuck in the Waking Shores. It's like, you know, so much for his story. While there was so much possibility in Dragonflight to have a core character to remain with you, even if it was just like, oh, we want Telagos to stay with you for the entire expansion. Like, they didn't have to go with someone from the Black Dragonflight, even though technically and thematically it would have been best if they would have had characters from the Black Dragonflight, or at least a Drakthir like we're talking about here, or at least a Drakthir to act like the Earthen in this bit as major guides for a lot of zones, but have like a couple of characters who are acting as our kind of overarching story connected characters. But yeah, very lacking consistency. I always say that in regards to that the pacing and the consistency of staying with those characters during Dragonflight was very odd. Anyway, unlike this, which it actually makes sense with the movement of characters, and at least seeing characters move with us from zone to zone, and the story moving with us too. So anyway, there's just my piece on it a little bit. And it's nice returning to that sort of like coherent story flow for at least your first run through this story. Like, it's okay to be like later, be like, yeah, you can just go back once you've got a level 80 character, you can go back to any zone and level. Of course, that's fine, you know. People are going to do that, but your core and main and your first storytelling event should follow at least that dynamic, unless you've got a lot of like time to meander in these quests. But WoW's really proved that like they have a very strict amount of sort of time to engage with these quests. Like, as we've seen, like the main scenario quests here are reduced, so they need to get a lot done in that short amount of time. So, you know, so they have to work with what they get, and this is the best way to work with it. Agreed. So anyway, there we go. That's my little tangent there. And guys, should we get into it? Talking about flow of story, like you said, Port. This is the end of the sort of Hallowfall quest, where the Nerubians are launching another attack, and we are heading down to the basement. Are we all saying ready to go? Final front?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
There we go. Oh, sorry. Oh, Sil, you just got off your griffin. Sorry. I was like, where did Sil go? Oh my god, she disappeared.
No, I'm just
Never
short.
mind me. The object permanence is not my strong suit, Sil, it seems. Okay, so we have to stop this here. So, like you said, we're kind of taking the fight to them because the Nerubians launched another assault. Okay, so complete quest. Okay, trapdoor sprung. Okay, so we got to kill a few Nerubians, and
We are prepared.
Fairwind is asking us to assist the Arathi too.
Don't give in to fear.
Stalwarts, we are the wall today. Together we will stand against the darkness.
We need to evacuate the villages before the Reckoning's bombardment.
Okay. So is there actual villages down here too?
Yeah.
Oh, there is villages down
Very,
here.
quite the precarious place to be
I would
putting
not
down
like
your
to live
roots beyond the walls.
here. Living beyond the walls in the worst property that you've ever seen in your life.
Sure, it's cheap.
Housing prices here, cheap as. You know what? It's something for us to consider.
Also,
Being
I don't know if you
millennials.
caught it, but well, actually, I am Gen Z. Sorry to make you feel old.
Oh yeah. Uh-oh, I've revealed my age. Oh no. Well, okay, us Gen Zers. Oh my god. Yeah, totally. Oh no. Anyway.
I don't know if you caught it, Sil, but when they fly off on their mounts, obviously Fairwind has her little moth, and then Anduin's on a griffin, and then Alleria's also on a griffin, but it's an emo griffin.
Oh, I don't know if I noticed that. I think I might
It's
have.
the dark purple one.
I probably captured it on the recording, but I did not notice that she had a emo griffin. Nice touch.
Yeah, Anduin just has the normal, the classic brown and white, and then Alleria has like the dark purpley. I can't really tell whether it's purple or gray.
Hers was like all gray and black, and it had black and gray armor.
Oh gosh, she's really in that zone of like
When you're a
shadows
void elf,
surrounding me.
the Stormwind militia like gives you like a very special
Griffin. You get the emo Griffin. Oh jeez. Anyway, and following up from what I was saying before too, to gauge your guys' opinions too, would you say that the flow between each zone has been appealing to you for this playthrough? Yeah, very nice.
I think the only one thing I would add is that when Adelgon comes to help with the machine speaker stuff, Anduin probably should have been there too, because the whole conceit is that immediately after we end the machine speaker plot, then we transition to Adelgon and Anduin speaking, but he just kind of pops up.
Yeah. He did a Alleria for this, because Alleria tends to be the one who keeps on popping up for this. But
apart from like the spontaneous like characters popping up out of nowhere, I do feel like the transition between zones is like a little more natural. It's like kind of like, I don't know, there's like, we have goals, we've got like stuff we have to do. Like I feel like it makes sense. It's not just kind of like, okay, we've got like a list of zones, we've got like we have to like check them off, like kind of like Dragonflight dumping us in like the next zone where it's like, okay, now it's time to learn about the red Dragonflight, now it's time to learn about the green Dragonflight, the blue Dragonflight, the bronze Dragonflight. Like it was very much episode of the week kind of, I think, in Dragonflight. This feels more like a campaign, I guess.
And I think even the patch stories really felt like that, where we kind of just jump between wholly unrelated plots, where we just go, okay, now it's time to do the Niffin stuff and the Aberrus stuff, and then okay, that very stringently ends, and now let's just pop over to do the Infinite Dragon stuff, and that very stringently ends. Now let's pop over to do the Jurors of the Flame stuff.
Despite the fact that the Primal Incarnates were kind of like the villains, like you'd think that they would, like on paper, that they would tie like all of the patches together, because it's like, but it really did feel kind of like disjointed. Like the flow just didn't feel natural. I don't know if I thought about it.
It felt like they went off to a good start, because the whole transition with the Forbidden Reach felt really natural in terms of setting the stage of transitioning into the Drakthir story. But then ultimately the Drakthir story was not really relevant to anything at all.
Yeah, it was very odd how the Drakthir story, I mean, we've talked about this a fair bit. Drakthir story seemed to just go nowhere. Like it was, I think they were hoping that 10.1 would be a big hit, and that would allow them more time to do Drakthir story, which is a very big risk to take in your storytelling. Like, be like, well, if this is popular, we'll do more of this, when it should have just been...
I think big story moment here.
Oh,
We
okay.
Because now we are
into the
officially
darkness.
evacuating the town.
Carry the
Oh,
flame
ooh.
into the unknown.
Okay.
In my heart, there is fire.
So it's after you accept the quest.
If you are lost
Okay.
in darkness, we are here to
So
help.
Nerubians captured some people, and now we have the rise of the Reckoning. The Reckoning is ready. Ah, the Reckoning is the ship. Tapping
Yes.
my forehead. We get to. We're going to blowing a little whistle when the captain's on board. There we go. Everyone climb up the rope.
Oh,
Ooh.
cutscene.
We have to get out of here now.
Where's Anduin?
Was Alleria gargling just then? Now.
Oh, there's
Dear
his.
Lord, the spiders know how to do the cross bolt, the ballista.
There's Anduin's theme again.
Light
Mm.
will return. Even if someone else carries the torch.
Oh, doing a variant? Okay.
That's exactly what I thought of. I was like, oh, this is just like Varian's sacrifice.
Yeah.
It is.
What, dumbass?
Also, I've got to
Gay
say,
ass. Yeah.
I loved Alleria's voice acting in that one because a lot of Alleria's voice acting, they make her do that very deep, very calm, almost sultry sound.
Yeah.
They never really let her scream a lot, so getting to actually
Yeah.
hear her scream is nice.
Yeah. That the scream was really good. At the beginning when she was climbing up the rope, it was probably a little bit over processed. She sounded like she was gargling a
Yeah.
little bit. Not gonna lie. But yeah, like the actual scream towards the end there, very nice.
Yeah, I like that a
Had
lot.
some
I
good
don't know.
emphasis. Yeah. Also, by the way, what a fucking dumbass, Anduin.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I really love that cutscene for what comes later. Of on the surface, it's
Yeah.
framed as, oh, it's a noble sacrifice like Varian's.
Yeah.
But if you'll notice, when he does the jump and he hits it, obviously he succeeds. He
Yeah.
helps the ship not get blown up. But
Yeah.
then the Rin theme transitions into the minor key and it becomes very discordant as he does that jump.
Yes, you know what? I did hear that too. It sounded like it was just a big fuck up. You know what? Finally, Anduin fucked up something. He really thought he was onto something there, but he just really. I mean, he destroyed, like you said, he destroyed the ballista, so we can't always have Anduin 100% failing.
I feel like Alleria could have just shot that.
Yeah, I feel like that too. It's like, and the
Like
spiders.
Anduin, if you're gonna go without the light, maybe get a bow. You're proficient in a bow. Just use that,
Yeah.
Anduin. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Alleria's got all of her like magical shadow bloody arrows here. Like, if people can use the light at a distance here, and it's like, no, I need to get down there and start meleeing immediately.
Yes, in some ways, what we were talking about last night, where you said that you thought the whole someone else carries the torch was reminiscent of Varian. Obviously, you are correct, but
Yeah.
I do think it's also meant in different ways, because that moment is not exactly framed as the good noble sacrifice, as WoW typically does.
Yeah.
Which I find very interesting, because that was one of my big issues with BFA, of the idea of the noble sacrifice when a sacrifice is not really like there's those stories where if you want to write a noble sacrifice, you want to write it as the only option,
Yes.
and to make it so that this character is making the ultimate choice to put whoever or whatever they are saving above themselves.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times in WoW, they don't really do that, and they kind of just make the character seem a bit dumb.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's like, And like you said, at least that sort of framed it then as, okay, yeah, you did it, but you just mean spiders are going to get your ass. It's like a regular ass day in Australia here. Not very bright on Anduin's behalf, you know, when there could have been other options. Like literally what we're doing now. Like, we're shooting Nerubians from the sky.
Like Alleria's whole big void black holes that she's spawning everywhere. Clearly she can handle this kind of stuff.
Exactly. I think she could have handled like one ballista, but the spiders were very slowly turning. And, you know, I don't think it'd be very easy for them to use a crank with a little tiny, like, you know, claw hands with no, well, they do have fingers, but, you know. Anyway, yeah, Yeah, at least it's sort of framed as, well, that wasn't a great idea, Anduin. You know, it's like, he did that, and it was like, oh, I think you just caused more trouble for yourself and us.
Flames! They were ready for us. Brace yourselves!
And at least Fairwind here has a little bit... Oh no, Fairwind's changed her mind. Fairwind's like, let's wait for some backup. To save Anduin from leaping off the bloody ship. Oh no, they do have... You know what, I'll take it back. The spiders do have ballista. Cobweb ballista.
Very creative, I think.
Yeah, I like that. And here's Miss... Oh.
I just saw a cutscene. I think I'm a little ahead of you guys.
Yeah.
Were they all on the boat?
Yes.
I did that scenario, but then there was like a cutscene where they were on the boat.
Yes. They're flying down, and Orwena shows up.
Yeah. Orwena, thank you. I was like, the Farinir lass? I was like,
Also, I'm glad they fixed that cutscene, because when I did it the first time, all of their soldiers were just blue and white cubes.
Dear Lord, not the most powerful entity in World of Warcraft. Placeholder cube.
Alliance theme, blue and white cubes.
Strike true. I do not miss.
Okay.
I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot what it was. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I think it would be fun and kind of like following up on that if Alleria and or Farron shoot Anduin out for doing that like 1 week again. Obviously he doesn't die here, he's not dead, like we're gonna rescue him, but
yeah, again, like I said, Anduin making a very risky choice then that
yeah, so like I said, very, very natural transition into the zone, because we are just in Azj-Kahet now, and that's the end of Halifal.
Yeah, that is a perfect transition. That was really, really good. Like, I mean, I'm still laughing over Anduin being like, I'm gonna, the light in me, like, obviously trying to replicate what Varian did in a sense. However, that was just vaguely suicidal. Just saying, like, that's an interesting point in regards to that. That was not a bright decision.
I really like it because it's an interesting way of how he internalized Farron's message to him of not going on the perfectly upward trajectory of immediately doing the right things and healing and recovering and making the right choices again. He is continuing to make some stumbles.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I kind of like that about how like he kind of like internalized Farron's message in like the wrong way, like in not the way that she meant, in kind of like almost like a selfish way, kind of like
hers was a, if I must, I'm not the only one who will be able to bear this burden, but for him it was someone else can bear this burden so I can throw myself at this no matter what happens, which is not what Farron meant.
It's a little bit, the communication there was a little bit misunderstood.
I know, over here this absolute Chad just grappling with this Nerubian in his hand as the poor thing tries to get away.
Where are you guys at? Hold on, I'm joining you.
Oh, I'm behind you.
Oh.
This side quest guy just over here. Look what he's doing to this poor Nerubian.
Oh, he's like playing with it. Oh no.
So I'm just holding it here. Help. Just grabbed it. He's mine now. He's my new pet. This Nerubian's like, oh!
Oh god, he's trying to get away.
Animal cruelty.
Animal cruelty. Oh, jeez. Anyway, and I do love how Alleria's like, Anduin definitely survived. Full stop.
Huh.
I know. No doubt in him surviving there, so it's incredibly funny. It's
also, I just realized, I do like, on this quest, if we're healers, we can just heal them from a distance. We don't need to go up and click on them.
Oh, that's
really?
nice.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Oh, I like that.
Might need to be a direct heal. Oh, no, that goes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Because just then I can heal him from a distance with a flash of light.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Ooh.
Oh, I think that one just takes a while.
There we go. But yeah, it's having to look at it from like it just talking about Anduin's sort of like choice then too. Like I said, we've had that sort of good sort of conversation, and it's a difficult lesson to learn as well in regards to like the idea that maybe this isn't for you, but don't worry, there's other people who will be able to balance interpreting Fairwind's message in a different way, essentially.
Yeah.
I'm trying to put my words together.
Maybe being a warrior isn't for you, Anduin.
Yeah,
You're really
maybe.
bad at using heroically.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a Fairwind's message can also be almost interpreted in a way that's like you don't have to worry because other people fill in those roles that you yourself cannot fill, but that doesn't make any lesser of yourself.
I think you missed a quest, so.
Oh, I did. Thank you. Chasing the light. Oh, searching for clues. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to look for Anduin.
Yeah.
And I have a joke to make about it that I would like to make on camera over here.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Following
No,
you.
I need you guys all to be here.
Okay.
I have amazing news for you guys. Anduin has lost his light bones.
Oh, there they are. The bleached bones.
The bleached bones. Oh, good for him.
R.I.P. Anduin's light bones.
Anduin's light bones. R.I.P. There was like, hold on, there's a little bit of flavor text. Oh, thankfully, none of these appear human. It appears that Anduin. It seems unlikely that Anduin met his demise here. We're like, he's already been totally eaten, and we're looking through a pile of bones for his skull. That is incredibly morbidly funny. Like, rest in peace, Anduin. Anyway, spiders would kind of like suck you dry, which would be very much up Anduin's alley. Me leaving here after cackling. Anyway. Oh, jeez. Oh, what does the scrap of fabric say then? Hold on. Scrap of weathered fabric. So it's only a tiny bit of his cloak. Now that makes sense.
Okay.
That's only a tiny bit. So what about this?
Just a very big asset.
It's just a. Please look at this huge bit of cloak. It's like, okay, I'm looking at it. Now, where is this gauntlet, though, so I can see the details? Here we go.
The ping system is very useful now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Now, this should be shown on his model. Crumpled lion gauntlet. The reticulated pieces are bent and broken beyond repair. So he's lost his glove. Like,
he just has a spare one in his pocket. Don't worry.
He just whips out another one. Like, it's like one of those jokes about, sunglasses that someone's wearing, and someone pulls off another pair of the sunglasses, and there's another pair underneath. Now
he takes off the lion gauntlets, and there's another pair of lion gauntlets underneath.
Exactly. He's like, hold on, I've got a spare one underneath my other one. Now. In regards to, so we've had 2 BFA callbacks at least. Legion and a BFA callback. Now this really makes me think though, it's like, why is the focus on Shadowlands again for Anduin's trauma here, And the second thing is that like, continuing on about a discussion about Anduin and Faerun's words here. Again, it's that sort of idea of like, does he see, obviously Anduin is seeing himself as, as long as there's someone to, keep on holding the light, and to continue on. Anduin is obviously seen himself as that for Varian. And just then, his actions were, like, let's just be honest, that was vaguely suicidal, right? So, considering those, whoa, hello.
I did find
You're giggling.
Are you hearing her just repeatedly say no?
Find tracks
No,
leading south.
no, I did find the track south. No, I did find the track south. No, I did find the track south. Sorry, that is all of us
Oh.
arriving here. I wonder if they did find the track south though. Like that is the real question here. Anyway, so we're gonna give all the items to Alleria, and then I'll continue on about my like little thoughts there. Okay, so Alleria's happy. She's like a shattered gauntlet and like a few scraps of cloth. That means that
She cannot
Anduin's
hide from
possibly
me.
still alive. But before she was like, he's definitely alive. Okay.
Oh, here comes the flesh pit.
Oh, the flesh pit. Yes. I've been looking
Mystery
forward
Flesh
to that.
Pit National Park.
Nutty putty flesh pit.
Strong, my friend.
Is that an insensitive joke? Who knows?
You find your
Also,
Yeah.
Alleria going very Sylvanas with that.
Yeah, like
She just
whipping up,
levitates off.
levitates off. Why didn't she leap out the ship? She could have levitated back up for all we know. My goodness gracious. I mean, if she can go one way, like who's to stop her from going the other way against gravity here? Okay, so we've sorted out all those quests there. So also, am I in the right way? Yeah, I'm
Oh.
heading over to you guys.
Yeah. Oh, you just flew in.
I was zooming off. Hello. Whoa.
Hello.
Oh, right in the flesh pit here. Oh, this is very Gahoon, isn't it?
Yeah, this reminds me of the Nihilotha raid. I kind of love it.
Yeah. Also, hello, Owenia.
Hello, or wait, underneath a big dragon.
Yeah, yeah, we can't really see her at the moment because this person's sitting the Slither Drake on her. So there we go.
I don't even know how they're on their dragon.
Oh,
You
when
can't
I-
mount down here.
Possibly that weird glitch you get with lag. Sometimes if you go fast enough with lag,
Oh.
you can sit there, but you can't really move around. Like as soon as this
Oh,
person
no.
moves from
No,
the
he's
top,
moving.
like from
Oh.
they're just turning on the spot. As soon as they start moving like a little bit over, the Drake will despawn. Okay, friends in low places, but we'll just actually talk with Owenia a little bit here. So
She
who
has
are
some
you?
good dialogue.
Who I am, it's none of your concern. I've watched you since you and yours have started trekking through the depths. I think you have a good heart, and I think you'll understand the threat that this black blood seems to pose to our world. Eyebrow raise. For now, that will have to be enough. I'm not at liberty to say more. Okay. Say something else. Black blood, what is that? It is what you see before you, blood of ancient enemies that has coalesced deep within the earth. This black blood was dislodged when the world itself suffered a grievous wound. It has been spreading ever since, and it is dangerous. That is all you need to know. Well,
Hmm.
clearly, it's that goop from Prometheus.
Oh.
No, likely once again that
Let's keep any mechanomes away from here.
yeah, no mechanomes near here.
Perhaps
The
we
curse
meet
of
again.
flesh is coming in. But yeah, it's obviously old god essence. Maybe, yeah, same.
Well, I imagine
Hmm?
if we're quite near to Silithus and a grievous wound was suffered,
Mm.
did Sargeras puncture poor old Cthulhu's corpse and it's just bleeding out?
Well, he does bleed black blood in the raid too when you do like sort him in. What is Anchorjack? Am I saying that right? No.
Encourage.
Anchorage, thank you. Because I don't ever know which one is the dungeon and which one's the raid, or which raid is which one. So anyway, okay. So basically, likely. I've always said. I mean, the old gods coming back is a given. I know people say, well, they're dead. If they're essences, if they're one of the primal essences, essentially, of Azeroth, they're not really going anywhere. They're inherently tied into the nature of Azeroth, you know? And maybe that will be proven true, maybe that will be proven wrong, like the old gods were never supposed to be here. But they do seem like more of a primal force, and I'm not talking elemental forces, you know, there's something that just exists if there is light, and if there is, like, living beings, old gods will also start to coagulate.
Well, also, I think the big question is, if old gods were beings shunted out of the void, I imagine when they die, they'll just return to the void.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then, like you said, Paul, that inherent tie between the void and old gods at the same time. I mean, it's a bit like the old question of like, because of that sort of natural state of beings of the void, is there any true way to completely kill them? I mean, can you completely kill a Naru, you know?
Well, clearly,
Yeah.
judged by what Illidan did.
Well, the thing is that the Illidan destroyed Zera's physical form, but did he destroy her though, in a sense?
Yeah, that's true.
Because we don't really know that, and we don't really know much about the Naru, because they are beings of light, but obviously light can't communicate with us.
Possibly not. That's one of those interesting things
Oh.
where the lore we do concretely know from
Yes.
Chronicle, which may not be retconned,
Yeah.
is the Naru are not from the light or from the void. They were basically coagulated from the leftover cosmic dust of the universe after the light versus void Big Bang. So they were made in reality.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I
Okay.
just kind of assumed that they were beings of the light. So
Right.
But that's why they have both the light and the void forms, because they're made from kind of the cosmic aftermath of the clash between them.
Right. Ooh. So this is the other question then. Have we ever met any true beings of the light then?
We have not.
Much
Well,
to consider.
We've made one in the Priest Order Hall, but
We made one. What's that one?
yeah, you make a light spawn as one of your followers.
Oh, that's... I suppose. You know what? You got me there. You've got me there entirely. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's very interesting, though, in a sense. If the Naru aren't truly beings of the light, and they're that sort of midway brooch between shadow and light. Okay, much to consider. Also, before we just finish off with, or start off with Wenia here, I'm just finishing off on Anduin's. Again, like I said, that choice that he made there to sort of replicate Varian, right, is a good choice, I think. And I'm hoping for a compare and contrast coming up, which there probably will be.
Yeah.
And just with that too, again, these choices that a lot of characters are making, I'm sorry, as to Anduin's actions, obviously he thought like something different was going to happen there, you know. But it's almost suicidal again. It's like Varian, when charging into battle, couldn't have thought that he was going to 100% survive that battle. There is like a very high chance of dying, essentially. And Anduin's obviously thought that, wow, I've got a friend, well, they can continue on what I'm doing here. But the thing is that all of this overlaps in a sense that, like you said, Port, Faerun's words were more in the sense of, even if you don't fit this role specifically, there'll be other people who can fill that role and support you through things. Like, you don't have to worry about like not being exactly what is expected of you. You need to find your own place, but that is fine because other people will fill roles for you and support you. We're like all in this together. When, like you just said then, Anduin's sort of taking it as, well, if I don't succeed, you guys can just do it for me, right? In almost a weird sense. Like, if it is almost a suicidal action or an action of self-sacrifice, basically, it's like, well, other people will be able to carry on for me. When I feel like Faerun's words were a lot more unified, and a sense of unity and a sense of community. Anduin has unfortunately misinterpreted those as a sense of, he isn't wrong either, like there will be other people, like you don't have to worry.
Oh, I will say,
Yeah.
he also has some ulterior motives we will see later.
Ooh.
Once we meet him again.
Okay.
So
Well,
I think we should do Orwena's stuff
yes,
first.
let's do Orwena's stuff, and I'll be quiet about my analysis of Anduin here.
Yes.
Okay, so, Orwena. Hello, ma'am. Okay, so, Keeper of the Roots here. So
these mysterious routes that you might have seen above as we were traveling down.
Traveling down, yes. And also, like she says here, truthfully, I don't care for what the Nerubians are plotting. They're not the first upstart people seeking power, and there certainly won't be the last. The problem is how they're going about it. I fear that tampering with this black blood will threaten more than the delicate ecosystems of Countess Algar. Okay, so basically, they're the maintainers of like the ecosystem down here, which is very, very delicate according to her. So she's being brief here. The roots are a part of something much greater than you know, and it's my job to protect them. Okay, so cool. She's down here. She's a protector of the sacred roots.
And it's one of those very interesting things because these roots very much look like the ends of roots. It doesn't look like there are roots just traveling through.
Yes.
So it does seem like in a way she's almost like an outrider of wherever her people are from.
Ah. So
and it's
oh yeah, go on.
It will be interesting to see when we get answers for those because in 10.2 there was that book about Aluna here. And when the Titans were ordering Azeroth,
yes,
Eonar took a seed from her lover, Alune,
yes,
and planted it on Azeroth to make the first world tree.
Yes.
But Amon'Thul ripped it out of the ground because he didn't want life to spread rampantly throughout the planet.
Yes.
But the roots survived, and the roots are still underground, and it mentioned that in time protectors came to coalesce around the roots and defend them from outsiders.
Ah, there we go.
The big question is, are the Harenir those protectors, and are these roots those roots?
Those roots, yeah. I'm having to think about location-wise too, and we are very much near. I mean,
we're kind of near the edge of the known world.
Yeah.
And if you look at the map, these routes very notably come from the southwest, which is off of the map from where we know.
Yes. And notably too, this is a little bit farther away from the a lot of other world trees as well.
Yes.
Because
all the way across the world from the Dragon Isles and a new one.
I'm just sort of like considering here thoughtfully. I'm like, so it would be that like from a sort of a sense of like the Titans, they would have planted like a lot of these world trees very evenly across Azeroth. One would think.
No, the Titans didn't plant those at all.
Oh.
The Titans had nothing to do with the world trees.
They sprung from the moon. It
was just the one that Eonar planted that was later ripped out back then. The Titans had left by the time the first world trees got planted.
Right.
Those were planted by the dragons and the night elves.
Yes.
But the one we don't quite know the origin of is Gahanir, which is the world tree inside the Emerald Dream.
Right.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I'm like, right, because I always think that the world tree / the moonwells sort of like lore here is one of those things where it's like a little bit mysterious in regards to, well, it isn't completely mysterious, but
more.
We need their aid.
We need nothing from them.
Enough. We both know
You're also showing us your true form, though.
On higher.
You're showing us more.
Yeah.
Your tits out.
Oh, he's just got his whole boobies out right here.
As do I.
The others will hear of this.
At least it will not be the
I said all
first
four of them
tradition.
were like, let's show our true forms here. Damn it.
I will join you soon.
Okay.
The roots brought us both here.
But yeah, that makes a very interesting point though, that this could actually be that. You know what? And I'm in full agreement with you, Port. Like in regards to like guessing what these roots are and how we learnt that lore so recently as well. Because that is a recent bit of lore, isn't it? About
It was Blizzard has a tendency to introduce things very close to their actual revelation.
Yeah.
Like, oh, all the mysteries about Rathian just led directly into 8.3. Or, oh, there's these poke lines about how the Winter Queen has a sister.
Yeah.
And then the next patch, they reveal exactly who the sister
Sure
is.
is, yeah. So,
And then with these ones, it's like, oh, there's these books about a place called Kaz-Algar, or a place beyond the Storming Sea.
Yes.
And now we're learning all about that here.
yes. Makes you think. So I'll just swap over my rings here. There we go. Okay. Finally some loot just on the cusp of me getting there. So, yeah, likely these are the roots then of that tree. And
Yes.
it being that close to an old god, I can see why the Harony here are so...
And that's the thing, them being so close to here definitely makes me think that will be the first patch zone.
You know what? Like the underroots? What weren't people saying? It isn't the undermine.
The root lands,
The
yeah.
root
There was that, and then
yeah.
and then the undermine is also something that is set up in this zone. Spoilers.
So we have our choices here a little bit. We have our choices.
Wait, I wasn't quite following that for some reason. So the roots, which tree? The tree in the Emerald Dream?
The original world tree planted on Azeroth called Aluna here, which was then ripped out by Aman'Thul. So it no longer exists.
Oh, right.
But the
Okay.
roots are still there.
Okay, I didn't make that
And
connection
it's
somehow.
more than likely somehow connected to Gahanir, which is the one in the Emerald Dream. But we don't know the origin of that.
Okay.
Okay. And also, all thanks to lesbianism, me making a peace sign. Thank you, Alune. And thank you,
Yeah.
Freya. No, what's
I
Freya,
really-
what's it?
Side note,
No, yeah.
This opening shot of the city.
Is really nice, isn't it? Again, the art team and the direction of the art have just been absolutely amazing this
And-
expansion. It's been really, really good.
I love how that lighting up there that shines down on the city has that like magical spidery webbing that almost looks void-like.
Yeah. I have to say though, straight up, it does look like the space up there. It looks like an actual
Yeah.
portal to space. So that makes me very feel that it is like got something in there which is channeling the void, or is just cleverly designed to look like that.
But I think, as you can see, there is no egg up there. That is just the palace.
Me like, where's the big egg? Where's the big egg? No, I can see it. I can see it. It looks more like
Yes.
a Fabergé egg now when I look at a different angle. Damn it. I thought that would have been really cool, like rebirthing an old god by like, having a giant egg that...
Big egg.
Yeah, big egg. We're gonna birth an old god out of it by like siphoning the black blood into it or something. Oh well, my idea is crushed, much like an egg would be.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, Orwena.
She's talking about the city of threads right now.
Heart of Azj-Kahet.
Oh, that music hitting in. That's good.
Yeah.
The violin hitting.
Live in one piece. Your friend is likely dead. But I know you will not accept that. So you follow your path and I will follow mine. You have survived so far. Keep doing so. I hope we meet again.
Aw, you're so cute. Come back.
I know,
I really
she's
like the
adorable.
design,
I
by
love
the way.
her. Yeah.
I love her little bat design there. She does have a beautiful design, by the
Well,
way, too.
speaking of cute, I recommend both of you turn around.
Oh, I was looking at his Draenei. I was like,
No, not
he's
Draenei.
all right. I mean, he's covering
I
his
was looking
face,
at the
I can't really
Draenei
see it.
too. Oh my god, I was so confused. I was like,
I'm like, he's cute in his
Oh
own way,
my
like, not gonna deny
god, he's adorable. Spindle. Oh, I love this creature. Oh my god.
that.
Look at the way he's wiggling. Oh,
I know. Oh, I like him. He's
oh,
very
his
cute.
eyes. Oh, can we keep him?
Also, the quest text. The bizarre creature, rude.
Very rude.
The bizarre creature's eyes remain locked upon you, unwavering. It nudges something towards you. A scroll with a thick seal of violet wax. Oh, thank you.
Well,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
not a pet of him, but I recommend you go into the pet tab and search the word jump jump. 2 words.
Jump jump. Okay. Pet journal.
Oh my gosh, she's so precious. Oh, I'm so excited. He's
I gotta
so
say
cute.
I love how this pet is like almost identical to jumping spiders. The fluffiness, the eyes, everything. I love how Spindle, like they've made this. They've still made the actual Nerubians cute. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, he's clear that no spider looks like this, but they made him
Well,
cute in
it's
his
a
own
good thing.
way.
It is very much clearly more of the spider Tor and Nerubian looks, but it is a baby one.
He is a baby. He is a tiny little baby right now.
They may or may not have child labor, but he's cute, so it's okay.
It's fine. We're not going to
We're
think
not-
about that.
We're not going to think about that. We're not going to think about the child labor here. Okay. Spindle. Oh, he's talking to us. Oh, no.
I need to.
The words on the
He
parchment.
hands you a word.
Yeah, there we go.
Hands you
Not
paper.
written. A venomous tang singes your nose. Blind and alone, you stumble in the dark. I offer you a thread to cling to. Follow it should you wish to find your allies. Okay, follow Spindle.
Gladly, I'll follow you anywhere, Tiny.
He's probably talking. We just can't understand him. You know.
Oh, his little.
His little butt wiggle if
Yeah.
you want.
Speedy butt wiggle. Oh, can we follow him all the way there? Go, little man.
I don't think so. But I'm following him regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
I just
running
took
after him.
off after
Go,
him.
Go.
Okay,
No!
he's gone. No.
He's disappeared from us. Okay, fine. I know. But yes, so that makes a lot of sense too, though. Like, I know this is like a lore that's coming in a bit late, and I love how I'm like, I don't really know much lore about the world trees and things like that. Because like I said, all I know is like the original ones and the original moon, the main moon well and stuff like that. But like you said, it's rather new lore, so that obviously means Blizzard wants to do something with it. And I actually kind of like that idea that this very, very powerful and original world tree is under threat of possible... Oh, squish the grubs. Don't mind if I do.
And I am glad they wrote it in a way that it's not just, oh, this is the real world tree, and it's there, and it's secret, and it's even more powerful.
Yeah.
Which is part of my issue with Amir Drasil.
Yeah, that was always...
This one has a bit more nuance of like, oh no, it's gone.
Yeah.
This world tree doesn't exist anymore, but remnants of its power are still there.
Yeah, and just the remnants of its power alone, I think, creates a reasonable threat. Like, take me, for example. I'm like, oh, I don't really know the lore, but as soon as you said the original world tree planted by the Titans, right? And so much that it had power enough that it made Aman'Thul a bit PO'd. No, and let's just say this wasn't jealousy about... Now, I keep on saying Freya. Is Freya the Titan or is Freya the Keeper?
No, Freya is the keeper. Aenar is the
Aenar is the Titan. There we go. Because we fight Freya in Ulduar, that's right.
yes.
So Aenar and Allurin. And it isn't just in a fit of jealousy over their relationship. So, that obviously means it holds a certain level of like power in regards to that, and that itself is something that we should be careful of, at least in a sense. You know what I mean? It does hold that sort of idea that even though it may not pose a threat at the moment, it is something that to keep in mind. Also,
this is I've not spent a lot of time with her, but I'm already in love with this character. That we're about to meet.
and calling them a little morsel.
She's great.
Also, I really like her design too. I'm just having a look at her, like her armor and stuff like that. She's a lot more. I said I like how very clear that. This is one thing with WoW. As its graphics has updated in regards to character models and things, I certainly think that the horror in regards to certain models has fallen away, because back in the days things looked kind of ugly and a little bit scrunkly, and I think it made them a little bit more unnerving. But on the positive is, like, in comparison to this, compared to obviously original Nerubian models, you can really, like, enjoy the delicate shape of the Nerubians' faces here, and like how they're almost, like, you can see the expressions on their faces even though they have a distinctly, obviously, alien spider look here. So ironically enough, I trust the Nerubians a lot more than, you know, the old crunchy models here. So, and I know they probably made this one a lot more approachable in its appearance, because obviously she's a main quest giver, I'm guessing, for this area.
Well, there is something, when you zoom in, she does have the kind of typical, like, she has the spikes on her little mandibles. She has the very spider-like look to her. She is very inhuman.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I can definitely see why they added, this is the expansion that they added an arachnophobia mode.
If you want to laugh, quickly enable it and see what she looks like in the arachnophobia filter.
Oh, let me see. Okay.
Okay. You do it still.
Oh. Definitely a very different presence here.
Different form of horrifying.
Just a little different.
Oh dear Lord! Oh my God! Oh, that's terrifying. I'm going
Spindle
back to
is still
spiders.
cute, though. He's still very cute.
That is actually excellent, by the way, how smooth that is to get working. You know, like, you can just change it immediately. Let me have a look at Spindle. Oh, he's a little hermit crab. Okay.
Yeah.
That's very cool. I thought it would have to, like, reload everything, but like I said, that was very smooth in regards to, like, the enemies. I wonder if does that change it in raids too? I don't think it changed major bosses,
I believe it does change bosses, but I think you might be able to just look in the dungeon journal and see it.
Oh, that's actually an idea.
Oh,
So,
yeah, let me
options, accessibility. Okay, return to game. Raids. I'm going to have a look at the raids first, because I don't think it'll apply to raids.
Oh, no, it didn't. It doesn't apply to the models in the journal, at least, but that might be a different case.
Yeah. Wait, does it? Now it does, though. Go to Queen Ansurek in raids, and then go down to all of her guards.
Oh, God.
Yes, especially at the bottom, like the Gloom Hatchling and the Summon Acolyte and the Caustic Skitterer. There we go. But her more, obviously, the smoother, more humanoid designs of the corrupted Nerubians are, like, still them. I suppose it isn't. I suppose the arachnophobia isn't triggered by the more unusual look. Like, they still have weird legs and stuff, but, like, the more mage style Nerubians, you know, the long, tall guys. I think
the seers.
Yeah, the seers and stuff like that. I'm having a look at the Silken Court. Yeah, no, and the more boogie, the more, like, yeah. Because there is definitely some colossal spiders in the actual raid guide here that are definitely not spiders anymore. Okay, that's very cool. That's very cool. That's a very, very cool thing to add as well in regards to, like, accessibility for people. Because people often go on about how unnerving it all is, like, in regards to spiders on screen. Okay, so let's have a little bit of a talk. Have we talked to Miss Widow Arachni here?
I have 2 quests to pick up: the Tangled Web and
the Tangled Web has a lot of voice dialogue.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Our threads will cross again.
Okay, let's start talking to her. Very original name, may I just note?
And no doubt you have questions for me as well. A little weave rat.
Okay, I'm choosing tell me about yourself.
I'll remember. I am the Widow Arachni. For many years, I officially served as the royal weaver to Queen Neferis. Unofficially, I pursued a variety of additional interests. But now my beloved queen is dead, and her daughter has been led astray by a so-called harbinger. I will not allow this creature to usurp our great kingdom for her own ends, but I cannot stop her alone.
My queen is dead. I don't want to remarry. I just want insurrection.
Okay, now I'm doing tell me about the enemy forces.
Oh, I just realized she projects a little thing on this over here.
Oh, I've been looking up at her, so I've been missing what's on the ground.
Before her arrival, General Anubazal led the kingdom's forces. Ansurek deposed him in favor of one of the Harbinger's pet ascended. And now the army's ranks teem with those corrupted wretches.
Okay, now I'm doing tell me about the Ascended.
Come back again, little morsel. The Ascended are the Harbinger's gift to Ansurek, a fierce contingent of violent hunter-killers made by the Harbinger in the darkest depths of the city's transformatory. They are impossibly strong, and I have no army of my own. If I am to reach Ansurek and dispose of the Harbinger, then I will need to find a way to subvert her military might from within.
Okay, now I'm doing tell me about the Queen's Inner Circle.
Even if we do not engage the Harbinger directly, a more subtle approach will prove equally as difficult. What I need is an ally in Ansurek's inner circle, someone who can come and go without suspicion. The denizens of the burrows speak of a Vizier, some manner of patriot who works from within the Queen's walls. He would do nicely, if only I knew his identity.
And then she has two more optional ones.
Our threads entwine. Worry not, little morsel.
I like how she calls us little morsel. That's really funny.
I've already sent my weave rats to track down your compatriots. Consider it a gesture of good faith, and with luck, the start of a long and mutually beneficial relationship.
Okay, now how did you know where to find me?
I specialize in little pushes, dear. Every plan is a tapestry, and I am adept at nudging and tugging just one thread at a time. You, though, are less of a tugged thread, and more of a lit match. The Harbinger's shadowy venom has stained Ansurek's tapestry. That is why I sought you out. I require a stray ember, and you need a friend in the dark.
Oh, this is very cool so far.
Yeah.
I'm like a fan of the Suramar
Yeah.
Insurrection storyline, so I'm a big fan of insurrections. So
It's just Telisra if she was a big monstrous spider.
right, exactly.
Big monstrous spider. I also wonder whether they're going to go down the route of the Mantid in Pandaria with this bunch too, by the way. I mean, obviously not seen the story yet.
I will say, I think the answer there is definitely no, because the Nerubians are quite different from the Mantid and the Akir, or in the Karaji, in that they swore off the old gods. They actively pushed them deep below their kingdoms, and so Ansurek pledging herself to the Void again is very much against their society.
Yeah, exactly. While with the Mantid, it was... They always believed in their old gods, and they were more irritated that the old gods had...
The Shah were more just a perversion of their gods, rather. And then once their actual gods showed up, they found that side.
Yeah. They're like, yes, finally. Yeah, that's very interesting. I suppose, though, like, because I'm just sort of ruminating over it here. I suppose, though, yeah, with the Nerubians, they have always been just very self-sufficient. So, after all the old god shenanigans. So, And they, like you said, they're very different than the Akir, too. Akir. Akir? Yes. So, yeah, very, very interesting. And in regards to that, too, very cool design again for like a character, her being previously like almost the handmaiden to the old queen, you know.
Yeah.
And just her knowledge of the area, and then immediately seeing her chance here with new allies in regards to what we're doing as well. Very, very good plot draw, and I like that a lot. Also, who is this random person in the middle here? Overcrawler. Oh, she's a goblin here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And she has a neat little bit of gossip text about their language.
ooh, okay, so hey there, Overcrawler. You're looking for more than a little out of your element there. Get run over by an airship or something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Take it from one outsider to another. If you're going to survive down here, you're going to need to learn the rules of the road. Gold's all well and good where you came from, but down here you're going to need cash, and lots of it. Now here, consider this a token of goodwill from Lady Pedipalps up there. Pedipalps, okay. Go get yourself something nice. Spend cash at one of the vendors around the Weaver's Lair. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. And
Oh no,
flavor
another
text.
currency. My favorite.
I know, more currencies. And okay, so Linny here says, oh, I'm putting stuff in code so other Nerubians can't read it. Yeah, it's in common. Capital C common. Turns out Kahet can't read so good. Their writing is all touch and scent based, makes sense. The Weaver thought it'd be a great way to keep secrets from the locals. They even have a hard time telling people apart. At first I thought they were just being, you know, spider centric or something. Spider racist! Oh no. Okay, then it turned out that they literally can't tell a goblin from a trog if it weren't for the smell. Okay, very interesting.
We're all
Makes
just
sense.
tasty morsels to them.
Yeah, exactly. That actually does make a bit of sense there, that they rely primarily on scent and things like that. So, very cool. Okay. Right. Our next quest. I'm going to hand in that talking quest, the Tangled Web, to Miss Arachni. I still can't go. Arachni. Who the hell named this poor spider? Anyway, let's head over here. Oh, jeez. But yeah, comparing and contrasting to the other insectoid races of Azeroth is, yeah, I mean, I feel like even though Anubrak and the kingdom of Northrend of the...
On the road.
Yes. Had they gone rogue, hadn't they? Because they basically...
No, there is some interesting little side projection things like we saw there that
Yes.
have some communications from him to the former queen.
Oh.
That kind of reveals some of the story.
Well, okay, we'll need to have a nosy at that. So, I'm guessing there's been some sort of conflict between these guys and Northrend, though, for the general
In a way.
Nerubians, yeah. And also, is Nerubians the catch-all term for these people? Is
Yes,
it-
they are all Nerubians.
Yeah.
These are the Kaheti Nerubians, but they are Nerubians.
Nerubians still. Okay, cool. Let's have a look, see here. Oh, I'm kind of running after this quest too.
Oh.
I know, I'm like, I need to go spend my money that I just got, my new currency. Oh yeah, everything costs this. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. Okay, should we continue on with our extra little quest here? A seeming respite as well. So the innkeeper and the flight master here.
Yeah, I've already turned that in. I'm waiting to pick
well
up the
ahead of
next
me.
one. Yes,
Okay.
no, sorry.
I'm behind here. Sorry.
I was exploring. I was excited to check out this area.
Let's go. I do love the interior design again of all the Nerubians. Very funny when we go in the inn though, and they have nice fluffy beds. That's
I know,
very
right?
sweet of them. That's very
I love-
sweet of them that they're.
I love
they're
that
being
inn
so
though. It's
accommodating.
so cozy.
I know.
Surprisingly cozy.
Surprisingly cozy. I like how for a very, very huge amount of cat you can buy Queen's pheromones here. The guards in the City of Threads will no longer interfere with you. They'll just leave you the hell alone, it
Queen's
seems.
Gamer Girl Bathwater.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, flight master located here.
Also, there are some very funny NPCs next to the Flight Master.
Okay, I'm gonna have a nosy out. Is it these two guys? Yes.
Yes.
Behold my great stick of flame and light. I'm a Narathi. Can you
look at their names?
Equal Bob Zun and Zikor Sally Zun. And a Narathi insurgent. Good for these guys. They're living their RP life here. They're like, you know what? Yeah, check out our sweet Arathi weapons here. What did you do with the Arathis that are on this boat, my guys? Bob and Sally. Also, I love how these guys are almost Sonic the Hedgehog shaped. No.
I do love these little humanoid ones, though. They're very cute.
They're very nice. I like how these guys are still distinctive from the very slender, willowy, more humanoid versions of the actual slow-corrupted Nerubians of, like, obviously the Queen's entourage here. They're still prickly enough to be considered spiders. Okay, cool. So we've unlocked all of the different factions too. Okay, cool. The little weave rat tells me that you've been tells me that an intriguing series of events. Sorry, I keep on reading this from a distance and I realise I can't see some of the words in between things, so I have to lean closer to my screen. It seems I've got my shit glasses on, by the way. I've got my good pair, well, several good pairs, but I just have my home glasses on, which are terrible sort of focus on them. Okay, bear with me. It seems there have been a remarkably coincidental waterfall of failures marring the military efforts there. I want to know who is responsible. Look into it for me and see if your curiously binary eyes can pluck out any potential allies.
I love how this NPC just keeps mildly insulting us. Like, morsel, binary eye system.
I feel like I'm picking up the Mantids' hostility from them. I was like, is it going to be another Mantid situation? I love when you join the Mantids, they're just like, kill this fucking clown, you know? Until I think it's Corvette actually convinces them not to. So with these ones, yeah, they just keep on insulting us. Like, they're like, anyway, this is me being friendly with you. So some of your little friends are amongst the escapees, drawing the ire of Zetkar. Go catch up. Tell them that Weaver bids them greetings. Okay, right, let's go find our friends. Yes, it's very abrupt. Okay, let's head over there. And also learning how to traverse this cavern now. Okay, right behind you,
Which,
Paul.
at the very least, a lot more high ceilings than Zarelek.
Yeah, I noticed that this one is the more claustrophobic of the zones that we've been in, but like you said, much higher ceilings than Zarelek, and I think that was one of the major issues with Zarelek. It didn't have enough almost greenery, I guess. Oh look, hey everyone. But also the ceilings were a certain problem as well, and it was just weird because in that major area with the sulfur, the ceilings were quite high, but there was just something about that zone that just didn't quite click perfectly. Yeah. Okay, the Weaver's Gift. Oh, congrats, Paul. I saw that level up just then. Okay.
I was just a little behind.
Rations and revelations. Okay, we found these nearby prisoners fleeing from a Nerubian military base. The circumstances of their escape are unclear even to them, as if someone else had created the opening needed to escape. Okay, right. Let's go do these. Now I'm tempted to pick up Faerwind's other quest here. Now, what quest should we be picking up, Paul? Should we just be picking up the main?
I think right now it's just the main ones. Okay. They are very linear. Everything else is more exploration of other things in the zone.
Okay then. Okay, so I feel like we've got a few NPCs from Dalaran's here. Yeah, we do.
Yes, these are all Dalaran survivors who got kidnapped.
And not given the sock. Okay.
Might want to get the madman before the venom does.
Oh,
Flynn?
Flynn mentioned up in here. The haberdasher. Also, he doesn't have a shirt on anymore. This poor man. His
Oh my
shirt
God,
clearly tore off.
Was Flynn in Dalaran?
Well, it seems like there are a lot of people just randomly in Dalaran, because if you come right here, speaking of Suramar,
Oh,
Arluel.
remember, she was the sister of the rogue from the initial questline who sacrifices himself.
Oh.
Oh yeah, the Nightfallen. Yes. Oh, so yeah, it just seems to be like people are just doing the regular everyday business in Dalaran.
I feel bad. Surely the Kirin Tor had some kind of system to warn people before they teleport across the planet.
Exactly, we've talked about this before. That is so unusual. It's just like, well, if you're here, you're here. You're stuck. You know, I suppose trying to rationalize it, you could just be like, it doesn't matter where Dalaran is as long as the portals are open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, imagine if she came on like a mount or something, and then suddenly she's across the planet.
I wonder. Now, there is a flight zone where people enter and leave on mount.
Yes.
That is entirely possible, too. Because I was like, well, considering the defensive systems of Dalaran, they wouldn't do that, would they? And I was like, no, wait, there's an open zone where we actually see NPCs flying in and flying out at that time. So, well, that would suck, is all I've got to say. Okay, rations and revelations. And now we got Scrappy Straggler. Say that 10 times fast. If someone got left behind, we need to go do something about that. I hate to say it, but these people have someone to protect them here. I have to stay. So Fairwind is going to stay here with all the people. Find this straggler, and while you're at it, take a peek behind enemy lines. See if you can find anything useful. Okay. That's all good with me.
Oh, who is this mysterious Scrappy Straggler?
I wonder.
I wonder who.
I wonder who.
Oh, there he is. Oh my God, it's been so long.
Oh, when you talk to Spindle, this spider has no messages for you, but seems pleased to see you.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I missed it, but actually, wait, hold on. Let me abandon and pick up again.
Oh, you can ask him why he stayed behind. That's good. I thought they cut this.
I was looking around trying to find an antidote to being a bit stabbed with a venomous dagger. Okay, so I'm going to start this again. I was looking around trying to find an antidote to being a bit stabbed with a venomous dagger. Okay, a bit wordy there. When that little spider with the bell found me, it came with a note from someone called the Weaver. The Weaver wants anything I can find. Flynn winces. In exchange, she has the antidote to this burning venom waiting for me. Flynn, get moving, man! I'm very motivated, you don't say. The heat is eating a hole through my shoulder, so I'm looking for something about other captives, invasion plans, weaknesses, anything. Not to mention they took some of my personal effects I wasn't willing to leave without. I'm not sentimental about gifts, but sure knows about blades. I want them back. Aww! Okay, cool.
Oh, I love that. That Shaw gifted him a pair of blades.
Yeah. Okay, quest. Look where Flynn is indicating.
Damn, am I thirsty.
Dear God, man, you're oozing.
My orders were clear. And yet, more overcrawlers regularly slip from our grasp. Failure! Unacceptable! Not only does this shame you, it shames me, which means no one will hear of it. Clean up this refuse and get it out of my sight. And if you breathe a word of this to anyone, you're next.
Okay, put scene over for me.
A very snappy introduction to the Ascended.
Yeah, and also, I see what you mean now, Port. They do really only have two eyes, don't they? They do just look like elongated humans with insectoid parts. So it's a little bit unnerving. Like you said, unnerving for spider sorts, I'd say. You know? And also,
And also, in some ways, unnerving for us because they are still very clearly not human.
yeah, very
But they're
irrational.
trying to be human.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, air quotes, are they trying to be human or in the form of whatever? Well, this is the thing, which is the unusual part. Are they trying to take the form of what Xalatath sees as maybe a shape that's familiar to her, or is it just like a curse of flesh thing, as in like, is it in the shape of the Titans? You know what I mean? It's a bit weird, but yeah, I suppose like, or at least
we don't actually know the origin of that yet, which is very interesting because right now it seems more of like a thematic thing, which I really like because they're focusing on thematic parts.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose that's all we need for like this part is that they're trying to remove that. Giving them body horror that is unusual for a spider. So there we go. Which
and it's an interesting kind of opposite to what she was doing to the Earthen, where she was making them much more monstrous.
Yes. Yeah, true. Giving them the old blue goop, which is very similar to, again, I'm raising my eyebrow to what we've seen.
Although it makes you wonder what would be monstrous to either avoid being or old god residue like Xalatath, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's what's interesting to me is because the Nerubians are former old god servants, so I suppose to an inhuman thing like a spider tor, the most horrifying body horror thing is a bipedal humanoid.
Exactly. It's like, oh no, they're bald and they only have 2 legs. Ooh, gross. So, you know what? Fair enough. But yeah, and like I said, I suppose because we don't really know Xalatath's true form yet, like I was just saying, like we don't know what she is supposed to resemble, whether like Alleria said, she's an old god, so we don't really know what she is yet, unless she's the formless, air quotes, the formless, where any form or any sign of life is essentially abhorrent to her, you know, other than entropy. You know, if Xalatath is sort of connected to the void, any sort of living life is abhorrent to her. So, anyway, much to consider. Also, Flynn says, I definitely had
We've been leaving him a long while, just losing out.
Please, I'm dying. Okay, force your way. Okay, even with the general gone, it's not going to be easy getting out this place. It's infested. Okay, so we're going, Flynn, and strategic edge. So we're clearing out some of these spiders here.
I really like that they brought Flynn in. I don't care that it's kind of random.
You know what? Agreed. Like, honestly.
It is one of the things where I do very much like him, but also there is a suspicious amount of random alliance characters in a very alliance heavy expansion.
Exactly.
Like Baratheon, Flynn's loyalties lean a certain way.
Yes, exactly. And like,
well, in this case, significantly more, given he is in a relationship with the leader of the Alliance's intelligence organization.
One could say he's slightly biased here. Slightly biased.
They lead a certain way, the husband of the leader of the CIA.
The leader of the CIA. The Azerothian CIA here. But yeah, exactly. So, like I said, hopefully whatever patch is coming up can maybe balance this out a little bit more. Like I said, the Undermine or something very like horde.
Well, I will say, I don't think Azj-Kahet is as bad as that, as you will see soon, because we do find more survivors.
Okay, that's good. Okay, right. Do we want to round up these guys and just do complete spider slaughter here? Hold on. Let me round them all up.
Arachnocide.
Arachnocide! Now, that would only apply if we were an arachnid ourselves, I guess.
I do like that they also kind of went out of their way to, like, remind us about his relationship to Shaw. It's like, even though it's subtle, which kind of makes sense because, like, I don't think...
It is kind of like an optional dialogue thing, but it's one of those things where he wouldn't just be randomly bringing it up, so...
Yeah.
Though, Tyrande certainly manages to a lot.
Yes, true. I mean, we could talk for a fair while about the imbalance between the comfort of, like, just, you know, displaying straight characters on screen, or at least characters in relationships which are a classic, you know, a man and a woman. Oh, there's a rat. Ooh!
It's a
classic.
crumb. It's
Aw.
a crumb, and I'm used to.
I feel bad. This is just like a bug horse. It's just one of like the crate haulers, and we're murdering it.
No, he's just a gentle little beetle. We're all like beating him up here. But yeah, just concluding on that though. Yeah, I mean, again, we've talked about this before. World of Warcraft will always be more comfortable showing relationships between men and women than any sort of same gender relationships. You know, I'm using that in like sort of a loose term. Any sort of queer relationships which are visibly queer. You know what I mean? So that is something that they still need to work on for sure, because it'll only ever be. This is the thing. Relationships between two people of the same gender or a very visibly queer relationship will only take precedent in like side quests. It will never be a. Well, it's seeming to feel very much in World of Warcraft. It will never be any sort of main character at the moment. Like they'd need to do a bit of work in regards to changing that essentially, because at the moment none of our main characters, and I know that probably the argument against that would be like, oh well, they're not in a traditionally, you know, straight relationship. They're not, you know, a man and a woman, you know. However, it is the default.
It's important lore.
Yeah, the important lore of
what that means, though.
the vial of pheromones. I'm still missing Flynn's blades here, so. And Nerubian intelligence.
Oh yeah, they're all in the hole back there.
Yeah.
But I think Sil needs to get the notes first.
Yeah, I haven't been collecting the intelligence. Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh, I might come over to you guys because I'm missing one as well.
Oh, and there's a rare here.
Ooh!
These orders came from a Nerubian.
Cricket.
Cricket. Cricket. Much like cricket. Anyway, but yeah. To conclude, yeah, I mean, it is nice at least that I have two characters who are queer here, at least in the story. Although I would like more Horde characters who are visibly queer as well. We're sort of lacking in that as well. Even putting aside my major complaint that, you know, main story wise is no queer characters.
Yeah.
At least minor characters in the Horde who are also queer, that'd be nice. I think that's severely lacking.
We did get our first non-magical trans character in the Love is in the Air Horde version.
That's right, didn't we? Yeah, from like a minor NPC. So, but again, it is just a one-time of the year event too. So, like I said, still a lot of complaints there. I know people be like, "Oh, I'm whinging about that," but I am going to keep on whinging, and I will continue to keep on whinging, and also keeping in mind too that again, it's very important that queer relationships need to be visible. I know that people would maybe argue with me on that point, but I'm a very firm advocate for that because of the issue that if your queer relationships aren't visible, people who are straight who play your game will pay no mind. It's much like, you know, Chromie being trans. Like, it's for a straight player, it's pretty much, I'm going to be honest, it's pretty much gobbledygook to them because they can't understand the trans experience. So to them, Chromie's just talking about something they can't understand, right? So that is something that can be avoided, you know, and it's not good that you can avoid it, I don't think, you know, so it needs to be a little bit clearer. Or else, like I said, straight players, it's to them, it's like, it doesn't exist. This was the whole thing where people were arguing about Shaw being in love with Valera. Unless it's spelled out to straight players, they do not understand. Just full stop. So, anyway, like I said, visibly queer and immutably queer as well. I think those are the two essential terms here. Okay. Also, almost grabbed all my clues here. I just picked up Shaw's blades for Flynn. And what is this? This is.
I will say, I do like how that little book on the table there, the little scroll.
Yes.
How we seemingly can't read it yet because we don't have the biology.
Oh, do we get that with further progression into the rep chain too?
I have no clue. I would assume so, but this zone's all a mystery to me.
Ooh.
I wonder if they're going to bring in like a language mechanic or something, kind of like the Furlbog or whatever that they did.
Yeah, the winter pelt.
Language mechanic. Okay, kind of smells kind of funky, so I think I'm picking up.
It's funny because this one has like, oh, you don't have the right biology, so new language, insert new organs.
Look, it's you know what? We're engaging with this culture. We better start growing those olfactory organs immediately here. Okay, turning in quest to Flynn here.
Okay, I'll do the same.
So there we go. So in my defense, they disarmed me and they envenomed me. Also, does this look infected to you? Dude!
Let's get out of
Yes, it actually really does.
I'm going to say something. I am lucky to have never been, like, bit by a spider over here or, like, stung by anything. But I do know someone who was stung by a scorpion over here in Australia. And it does cause your flesh to, like, peel and stuff. And luckily it was only a baby one, but, like, it's still kind of gross, let me just say. But
Can you say if your spiders there are harmless?
oh, that was a scorpion. I never said the scorpions were harmless. The spiders mostly are. Like I said, there's only a few spiders you have to watch out for here. Trapdoors are okay, but funnel webs are bad. You got to learn your differences. But as a kid in Australia, you tend to learn your differences. Don't touch your black widows. So, you know, your redbacks, the black spiders with the red underneath, which I think are pretty common all over the world. But a lot of our just general spiders, not poisonous. Our jumping spiders, our house spiders, our huntsmans. Half the time you can just pick them up. They can bite you, but it doesn't really do anything other than cause like mild irritation for like even less than a day. So very, very easy to handle over here. Okay, let's fly. So Flynn is definitely suffering a bit here, but he'd like to escape. So we're going to share his discoveries with the Weaver. Stow away into a box to be carried up to siege hold.
I think
So
Flynn's
we're
model has those daggers too. I think those are new.
Ooh, the ones with the guards
The white
on them?
handles.
Yes, yeah. And the green, hilts as well. Yeah, they're cool. Okay, so we've got a stowaway in a box, and we're sort of splitting up with Flynn now. Oh, he just disappeared.
Oh, this is a very interesting creature.
Are we all in our boxes, by the way?
Yes, I am in a box.
Okay. Confirming in a box right now. Again, really nice, like, sort of zone design, though, too. Like, even looking at this, I love how so much of the architecture is held up by, like, spider webs and stuff like that. Very, very cool. I would also like to know who of the Nerubians is a classical architect and stonemason and metalworkers. Because obviously all these Nerubians do have it, because they had it in Northrend as well. So we obviously have spider smiths here. Say that another 10 times fast. Spider smiths. I'm guessing this guy might be the Vizier.
No, he is the general.
Oh, he's the general. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, I'm General Anub Azal. Thank you for introducing yourself, man. Oh, I loathe having little bipeds like you in the siege hold. Damn. Tell us how you really feel. Okay, so Zev Karl. So these guys definitely do not like the Zalatath-infused Nerubians. No. Right, okay, we're making sure that's nice and clear there. Oh, holy shit. And we also have Gaslow down here, by the way, because this is Gas... Oh, there's Gaslow. He's lying on the ground. Dear Lord.
He's dead.
Oh, no.
All parts accounted for. Shh, I'm hiding here.
No, he isn't. That was a lie. I was like, Gaslow, no! Gaslow, your unions need you! Quick, rise! Okay, good, I'm glad.
He did get a very fancy new hat.
Yeah, is his whole outfit changed up? Oh, no, he's still wearing his same jacket.
Yeah, they gave him some new fancy bits, but a new little collar, new hat.
Yeah, he's looking good. Okay, cool. Okay, so not quite dead. I have plans for both of you. Sorry I keep on turning into a Skardin by the way, randomly.
Oh.
It happens sometimes. Okay. Okay, I think I'm a draw now. There, I've extended some goodwill. You have a little goblin friend. I know how much your kind clings to each other for warmth. God damn.
Man, we're just getting dissed left and right down here.
Yeah, we're just getting insulted. I feel like I should be taking offense at all these spiders just sassing us here. Finally, the sassing has returned from arachnid kind. Okay, so we're helping this guy out, so we're accepting his quest. Just spewing them on us. Okay, right. So we're all stanked up here.
Yes, and he has a very important little extra explanation on pheromones.
Okay, can you explain the pheromones more? This must be an odd concept to an outsider. They're very normal to us. Pheromones are marks that establish relationships between Nerubians. The strongest of us have the highest quality pheromones to show ownership of others. These new (ascended) Nerubians are very strong, yet they lack the ability to make pheromones. Many of the old guard, myself included, have a harder time taking them seriously. They have fake, bizarre, and manufactured power. Yet we cannot ignore that they're formidable, and our queen has created the most potent soldiers, but at what cost? Our heritage of natural pheromones. What else follows that? And we just say, okay. So, right, they're really not Nerubians anymore then. There's some sort, they've moved.
And it's that interesting where they are gaining in power, but they are very much leaving behind their heritage. And that's part of what I really like about the visual of it, of how they're leaving behind the heritage of their forms, the heritage of their pheromones. They're becoming more humanoid, but they are becoming less Nerubian.
Yeah, like you said, from a biological level upwards too. So,
yeah.
Okay, so friend complains, but our mark will keep you relatively safe, except from Zevkal's guards. Okay, they don't care about scent marks if they're already hostile to me. Right. Okay, so we still got to be on our guard here. Okay, so we're picking up these quests. Zevkal has recently placed his own loyal lackeys in key positions around Siege-Hold. Okay, so we got to deal with this guy, Zevkal, I'm guessing. Is it enough to inconvenience Zevkal? He should be humiliated. Oh, this guy's vengeful. Okay, cool. Okay, he's ready to fucking go here. Stores military logs in a room too tiny for me to access. It's no wonder he's vengeful. He can't even use the doors anymore. I think I'd be kind of pissed off as well. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's head out of here.
If you notice now, these Nerubians are all neutral to us. They don't attack us.
Yeah, unless we attack them. Except for these guys here with the Mr. Longlegs.
Don't have the pheromone issue.
Yeah. Now, and the other thing is, though, right, I want to just quickly discuss this from, like, a story standpoint. Xal'atath is certainly using, even though Xal'atath, as noted by Alleria, is not an old god, she's certainly using old gods' techniques, in a way. As in, like,
well, just to say those techniques didn't originate from her.
I'm raising my eyebrow, Port. You bring up an intriguing point.
Because if she's from the depths of time, surely she might have been around quite a bit longer.
Yeah. And because I was thinking, because, like, the more people are in, obviously, proximity to an old god, the more their form starts to change. I mean, like, take Deathwing, for example, and stuff like that. And Xal'atath is...
I love how pathetic this guy is. He has this wild flailing.
He's the favorite.
He has a cowardly shove where he just pushes you away.
He's just a little guy. Look at those spindly arms. He's a bit of a nerd here. He's got no muscles whatsoever. Oh, and he's help! Help! Oh, he can't attack. Oh no, his health is going down a little bit.
You know, now he literally runs for help and he gets guards.
There we go. Nice little bit. A good little interactability on the actual quest here too. And by the way, we haven't really talked about thoughts about this zone so far. Even though this is probably the third time that World of Warcraft has done the insurrection against a royal ruler quest. I mean, let's be honest. We have Suramar.
Yes.
We have.
If it works, it
Revendreth.
works.
If it works, well, you know what? I will use my favorite turn of phrase. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it keeps on working and people keep on enjoying it, not many complaints. I would obviously like some story sort of differentiation. I think that's what always stood out about the Mantids, because that was such an excellent twist, because they really were like, you're friends with these guys now, even though they're not really keen on you.
That line in the when you get there exalted and you go down, they have that line of, your gods are not our gods.
Oh, it hits so well. Like I said, that still resonates with me. And what's really interesting about that too is how Korvek so happily shows us the egg chamber, right? And the big mural of the old gods behind them. I think what really resonates with that scene, and what is actually crosses over into a gameplay perspective, is that he isn't afraid of us whatsoever. When he shows us that, he is deeply not scared by us. And that passes over into the actual gameplay with the Mantids, is that they are powerful. They're a boss in Siege of Orgrimmar. One of those against one of us, that set level in Pandaria, would have killed us immediately. Like, they have no fear whatsoever. That's why they showed us that. They don't see us at all as a threat in that Mantid storyline. That's why they so happily show us the truth of their nature. Because those Mantid never thought we could win against them. But by our powers combined, that turned out to be quite different.
It also very much helps that they decided to come at us only 3 at a time.
Yeah. Exactly. But, like, for example, if you were just a solo player back in Mr. Pandaria, one of those guys would have one-shot you, right? Yes. It's a very intelligent sort of design that, yes, we are not as strong as these Mantid. Our single-player character going down there with Corvin, he could kill us instantly, and it's no skin off his carapace, you know. So I think that was very interesting in a sense that these NPCs really did not, like, they respected us in their own kind of fucked up way. In their like, we aided them, and that provided a certain level of respect, like breaking them from their sleep. But that's all that respect extended to, that they'd give us a fair fight and would kill us and probably wouldn't eat us or anything like that. But that was the level that extended to, and I thought that was quite interesting for an allied group turned enemy. So anyway, well, yes, continuing on with this story, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We all love these sort of good stories in regards to, like, usurping an evil royal, and me again repeating that thing, Blizzard, all nobles are not good, monarchies are bad. Remember that when writing Anduin. Anyway,
I will say, I do think it's been fun seeing it from different perspectives, at least, because each one we've done has a different take on it. Like with Suramar, we very much started from nothing. We started from the absolute outcast, couldn't even get magic for themselves, withering and dying, and we built them up from nothing. Whereas here, we're starting more from the inside. We are starting with these very powerful political leaders who are opposing it. They are going about it, I would say, a bit smarter than Thalysra did at first.
Yeah, well, Thalysra...
And like, with Mechagon, that rebellion was from the prince himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Or what was the other one? There's a fourth one.
Revendreth,
yes. That one is a bit derivative of all the other ones, but... Yeah.
And you could argue the Mantid, too, going up against their queen.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's 5. That's 5 times this storyline has been redone. But like you said, each time we have had a chance to engage differently with the peoples with that. The Mantid story was a story of not really betrayal, but knowing the greater power that we're up against and the arrogance of our new allies. like you said, Suramar was desperate times calls for desperate measures in a chance. Like that plan could have possibly definitely not worked, but that was the only chance that they had. They had to take a desperate measure. Yes, it could have failed very easily, but they had to take it because what was the other choice? Die. Like you said, with Mechagon, it was more of a sense of like they couldn't allow the leader to continue because he would lead to cruelty against his people. Essentially, it was very much a classic sense of direct cruelty to his people, and almost a sense of power, absolute power corrupting absolutely, even though it was a sense of a ruling sort of thing. While in this one, it's very much a sense of the old god threat is looming over us with the Nerubians here. And that provides that additional element. And it is woven well, I think, with Xal'atath, again, as being a manipulator, which is good. Like I said, I do like Xal'atath being intelligent in her manipulations, which is in a direct contrast to, obviously, our original Dalaran quest. This is more intelligent. Yeah, exactly.
I also like how it's kind of showing that Xal'atath isn't, like, limited in who and what she tries to influence, right? Like, she's obviously like been bothering Alleria, but it's like here she's also like she's not like no race is safe from her. She is this kind of like omnipresent threat. No matter if you're a Nerubian or a human or an elf, she'll get you if she thinks you could be useful to her in some way, whatever her goals are.
They're showing a lot better that she has contingencies like they wanted to do for the jailer or Savants, but we're actually seeing her make those contingencies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not just she has them all along and nothing you do actually matters. Like, no, we are thwarting her plans, but she's kind of throwing a lot of things out there.
Yeah, she has
to push that inevitability of her plans.
She has many fingers in many pies.
Yeah, she's a bit chaotic evil. She kind of seems to enjoy sowing discord, if nothing else, so...
Yeah, and like even for example, take the Earthen. I mean, they're inorganic, but she still was like, you know what? I'll push my luck with this. I think if she sees a little sign of weakness, or in a sense like an in through either like pride or arrogance, or specifically allow power and the continuation of ruling and maintaining the status quo for a lot of these characters that she's able to corrupt. She does obviously see that, and it's like, well, I have something that these people want, and it's power, essentially, and I can provide it to them. So, like you said, that is actually intelligent. She hasn't put all of her eggs in one basket. She, like you said, we are thwarting her in certain areas. Like, she's not impossible to overcome, essentially, from a ground level perspective. We don't know the vastness of her powers, and we don't know genuinely her overarching plan, but we can at least stop her at her, like I said, the sort of grassroots level of manipulation that she's doing. Like I said, that's why I wish that the Dalaran story would have been more intelligent, because all of these make sense. It's like, of course I'm going for the ruler, and of course I'm like going for those vulnerabilities that a lot of these leaders have. Like, for example, Ansarek was seeing that her mother was being passive and allowing them to fall into decay, their people. And very much that's echoed in like the Earthen. The machine speaker leader, Einrich, so she saw basically that the Earthen were falling into decay as well. She seems to be drawn to almost stagnation and decay, and then offers that power for new growth, essentially. And even with like the Gerloks or Gorleks or the fish guys in Hallowfall, right?
Oh, the Kobus, yes.
The Kobus. I'm just calling them the name from, the Journey to the Center of the Earth guys. Even with them, like, it's distinctly described as like, they don't seem to be like a higher sapience in regards to their actions, but they're also necromancers, so it allows them to bolster their ranks. So it almost implies a sort of rot and decay with them, both in a thematic sense as to their smell and also their sort of actions and place within the story. So we're constantly, and ironically enough, Xalatath also uses a dead and decaying body. So it almost seems that
If only it was a bit more decayed, but
yeah, if only it was a
hopefully we
bit
see
more
more of that
decayed.
as the story goes on.
Exactly. But
I do
Fresh
hope that
elf.
at some point in this expansion, we do fight her, we do beat her, and we kind of cause her to start shedding the illusion.
yes, that would be really, really good, honestly, from a physical horror perspective, an unnerving perspective. But yeah, I think that may be a theme with her though, like that sort of entropic rot and decay and stagnation is what she's.
I definitely think so. I definitely think they're going for a more kind of pure idea of the void, of more of a consumptive angle, where the old gods, even though they are beings of the void,
Yes.
the races under them have culture.
Yeah.
The Black Empire, in a very twisted way, had culture. There are those very clear Egyptian inspirations.
Yes.
And Xalatath, by contrast, seems to be very much sapping things of their culture.
Yeah.
And moving them more into these kind of monotone void states.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're trading one state of stagnation for a change initially, but also then another sort of strange stagnation, as in they've been changed in their image, and it's like the power is like still set at a limit in regards to the void, because the void is entropy. So yeah, that's an interesting sort of theme here, and we've, like I said, we see that sort of rot and stagnation and decay a lot through the story. And I suppose if we're reaching, that also does intertwine with like the theme of the war within. It's like, do we remain as we are, or do we embrace a different future? And the thing is, that can be both positive and negative. Negative in the sense that in what Xalatath offers, and positive if we look at perhaps like the Erathian Hallowfall. Do they embrace their future of maybe changing their constant war against the Nerubians and being trapped below ground, or will they embrace a different future? You know? Anyway, and much like the Earthen too, they're embracing a new future away from their edicts, which is like a war within. Do we remain as we are, or do we grow? And like that can be positive or negative depending on the aspect.
The Earthen are kind of dealing with entropy now, because like their resurrection machine has stopped working, so they're all now in the state of like steady decay. So that's kind of like where the theme comes into it too with them.
Yeah, and us repairing the awakening machine, and I do know the slight spoiler, the idea of changing the edicts, the set edicts from the Titans still. So
Yes.
yes.
Because that is one of those interesting kind of dichotomies of two sides of the same coin, where both Xalatath and the Titans offer their own form of stasis, their own form of stagnation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You know what? You guys, just then, I think we've connected the dots in a minor way.
Yeah.
I was all nodding at each other here, like, yeah. Okay,
It's also what makes the Unbound interesting, because they're choosing that state of entropy. Like they, like it's like a will. They find it more meaningful than.
They're choosing a more mortal form. They're choosing more of the kind that everyone has to accept at some point, where in their states as a mortal Titan forged, they lose themselves amidst keeping their immortality. And that's part of what made that side quest hit so hard. Of they are choosing to keep their memories. They are choosing not to ever go back to the Machine of Awakening and erase themselves. But in accepting their mortality, they are also suffering their own version of that anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the total sort of like two sides of the coin in regards to those sorts of options too. Yeah, I think, yeah, and I think that side quest is a very good sort of like subtle hint to the ideas that they're trying to set up here too, in regards to like both what Xalatath is offering and what the Titans are offering, and then the indomitable self-determination of living beings. So I was going to say the human spirit, and I was like, not exactly right for this situation, but of living beings, the indomitable spirit of living beings to like have that sort of self-sovereignty, you know, and self-actualization as well. And like it may end up as a pathway to entropy, i.e. death, but at least it's a change from what you may be living as, essentially. So it combines both of those ideas, both change and entropy as well. And also, gang, I have general admission. Have we turned that quest in yet too?
I am turning it in right now.
Perfect.
About 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago we got distracted. So we're helping Gaslow again. We're all ready to get moving. And stolen influence. There we go. Steal the pheromones and prepare to sneak them out of siege hold. Okay, cool. It's all about the ascension too, by the way.
Get to it. It's lonely at the top.
Oh wait, do I have to talk to this guy first? Oh no, it's a spiral weave delve. Oh, I think I just picked that one up randomly. Sorry, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. I was like, wait, we have to go back to the delve? No, never mind me. Okay, there we go.
So while we were taking a break, I was like thinking about entropy like a little more, and about how like it's kind of like a state that's caused by
Drag you back. Yeah, so free all these people.
It's kind of like the default state that like a system will go into if you're not putting energy into it. And so it's kind of like, that's kind of like Anduin's story as well, since he's kind of like been drifting for like a little while. I'm sure there's a theme there somewhere. I was just thinking about it like, oh, this is kind of like, that's kind of like what Anduin's doing as well, as he's kind of just like...
It kind of is, because one of the things he learned from Fairwind was the idea of making sense of the senseless.
Yeah.
Where the universe as a whole naturally trends towards disorder.
Right.
But it does so in its attempts to make things more orderly.
Yes.
Also, I love this little trick.
Yeah. We're talking to the illusions and be like, do you know where Anduin is? But they're already all out. Goodbye, everyone. But no, so you're right, though, in regards. And ironically enough, it's what we've talked about a lot of the times with Anduin being king. I mean, this is totally unintentional, but like, you know, I often talk about Anduin's story as king is almost... It's a decay of his story. It's reaching a almost like, over the past few expansions, I would actually firmly argue that his story is almost hit ground to a halt when it comes to personal improvement, essentially.
Oh, Mira.
Oh!
Oh, Mira!
What about her?
Yes!
Everybody, act super sad.
I love how it is like Dalaran callbacks and like just general people, and then I go, wait a second, what were you doing in Dalaran, you guys? Oh. Please, I was on a weekend retreat. Help!
She runs a petting zoo in Dalaran with Dot and Dolly. Oh, missed one.
So I can say that.
Yeah.
Katie Stamp Whistle is my favorite Dalaran side character, so I'm glad we get to see her here.
Oh shit, the postie's here! Oh my god!
Yes.
Me and Sil were just talking about the Dalaran post quest the other week because we were talking about
so good.
Yes, it is great.
I'm sad that I didn't complete it on my priest before taking her through the Dalaran scenario. It was like I got done with that, and then I was like, oh, I probably should have done this first. But
Dalaran is still there if we go through the Legion portal, isn't it though?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, the city is not gone in game.
Yeah, exactly. If we go to the correct phasing, it is like still there. I would be interesting if there was like, if you could fly from obviously here in Donalgas to... This sounds a little bit difficult. If there was some way to phase Dalaran out of that area of Legion without affecting the Legion's storylines, but I think that is like technically a fucking nightmare. So
not possible at all.
Yeah, please ignore what I'm saying. I'm just like, it would be cool if, and I was like, you know what, actually no, that's stupid before I even say it. Me trying to rationalize it. No, that was not a good idea, actually. Get this guy out here. Yeah, there we are. Hell yeah. Okay. Pheromones grabbed.
But yeah, there's a lot of interesting questions about Dala's suggestion. Like, is there just no more male in Azeroth now?
I bet there'd be local mail. Not all mail would have to go through Dalaran, right?
Well, yeah. Like, all of the international mail does.
International mail goes through Dalaran. Oh, no wonder no one's getting any missives. No wonder Rathian doesn't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing yes. Unless there's another magical center point that also does that. Like, is there any sort of, like, goblin international mail? Because I'd suggest that they would probably be the most neutral when it comes to, like, access to cities and stuff like that. Do they also handle some aspects, I wonder?
Well, no.
We don't know. We don't know. It's one of those mysterious things. Yeah. Also,
okay, actually, now we're doing a fake convoy.
Doing fake convoy. Ooh, I love fake convoys. Okay, it's time to get out of here with the prisoners and those pheromones. I found some convincing chains once we have such a big group. As long as everyone stays in character, our chances look good. We've only got General Anub Azal's marker sent group for you and I, so it will be the drones with permission. You do all the talking while I mind the cart. Okay, cool. Love these quests.
And there's so much good voice acting on this one.
Yes. Oh, do we just walk with them? Oh, cool.
Yes.
We could sing a song about how miserable we are? Not just yet, Mira.
Maybe not ever, Mira.
This is really good.
Because Katie's actual talk dialogue says, I keep worrying if the mail is still going through. I can't stay here forever. No! Katie, your civic duties! Girl! Oh, God. Okay, we got to do the talking here. I look like a Scarden again. Okay, taking the prisoner group. We're not expecting any transfers today. I have General Anub Azal's pheromone mark on me. Let us pass.
But they look like... never mind. Go ahead.
Anub Azal, sorry. How did he yell from there? What is this man's bloody lungs?
Is it safe? Can I breathe? We're out.
Okay. Oh, we're going fast now.
You can breathe.
Keep holding it for science.
Keep holding it for science.
I could just scream for joy.
And call all those spiders over there down on our heads.
I don't want legs on my head. Savor, you're not helping.
Was Savor from the Mage Order Hall?
No, but he was the main NPC in the Horde PvP area.
Okay, gotcha.
And we know Naldea.
Yes.
And I'm just having a look at
Papa Ganoush the Grumpy.
Yes, all of them are existing NPCs. Like Udo the Beast, she was the innkeeper in the Horde area.
Yeah.
Oh, Amy the pastry vendor's here.
Yes, I love her.
Yeah. And I'm
also Caro, the melon chopper, who is horrible at chopping melons.
And you know what? I really like how each one of these NPCs has their own little bit of bite-sized dialogue as to the situation.
Yeah.
That none of them are quite terrified as I would be in this situation, but they're all handling it.
Oh, I didn't even realize Mira actually has dialogue options.
Oh.
I didn't even see this.
Oh, she doesn't for me.
Hold on, do we finish the quest and then she gets them?
It's never safe.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You got a problem?
Oh yeah, there we go. So if we turn in the quest, we can talk to her. Why were you webbed instead of cage? Of inner cage, sorry. I think they ran out of cages. Also, I escaped my cage twice. She's a tiny little fox. She can squish through. Like they know that. Who was with you? Harold, Winston, Caro here with me now. Harold's been here since Dalaran, but I think Caro got captured sometime afterwards.
Oh, so they're capturing them from other areas too, not just Dalaran?
That's actually really interesting. What the fuck? Okay, that's very, very mysterious.
I was wondering why people like Gazlo were here too.
Yeah.
Because Gazlo was not at Dalaran.
Wait a second. So who else is here? Where are these Nerubians going? What the? Ooh, oh, that's a little bit spooky. Do not like that. Okay, have you seen Anduin or Alleria? Are they missing? I've been stuck here since Dalaran was attacked. We were kidnapped. They've been feeding us and transporting us around since then. I don't know why. I have another question. It's also very mysterious why they were feeding them too. Okay, so talking to Gazlo. That actually is like very unnerving, thinking, well, okay, the Nerubians were attacking Dalaran, but where else were they attacking? Ooh. Okay, so Gazlo here just says, basically, we're going to take the pheromones to someone that has use for them here. So we're going to grab those. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to grab the pheromones off the truck here. I'm following Gazlo.
Okay, we're moving out.
What if I just hum a jaunty tune?
Spiders, Mira. Spiders.
Also incredibly funny from a meta perspective that the fox is scared of spiders.
Oh.
When a tiny little fennec fox
as
like
this
this.
postal worker bit.
I'm a postal worker.
So brave. I'm a postal worker. Trust me, I've seen worse than a dank cave knee-deep in spiders. I don't want them on my head or my knees.
But yes, from a meta perspective, it is incredibly funny that the fennec fox is scared of spiders when fennec foxes eat insects. So they're small enough to eat larger insects. So any sort of spiders or anything like that, that would be on her menu, essentially. Okay, and we're heading back to the Weaver now. Oh. Now, you see, I don't know really how to get into this cave yet. Oh. I'm just going around the circle to find an entrance. Oh, there we go. Hey!
At last, our threads entwine. Follow your threads.
Ooh. Okay, so second chapter finished. Only one chapter left remaining in this little branch of the map. Okay, so we've received an invitation, or rather player character has. It's a request to meet with the Vizier. That name rattles even the most wealthy and powerful figures of the City of Threads. So who is this mysterious Vizier or Vizier?
But a face-to-face meeting with the Vizier could be quite the boon for my little conspiracy.
Oh, you do actually get a letter in your bag you can read.
Ooh. Go.
Okay, greetings. I've received word of your exploits in this fair land of ours, as well as recent treaties with the individuals known as the Weaver and the General. I believe it is now my turn. Come to the burrows in the City of Threads. I understand that you've acquired pheromones from Anub'Zal. Those should be adequate enough to provide you umbrage in said burrows, but nowhere else. I'll provide you something more substantial than that should we come to a pact during our conference. Oh, and if you're still uncertain of our meeting, then just know that I've got a lot of information on your lost lordling of Stormwind. You're not likely to learn of it elsewhere. Oh, we got all Anduin's goss. No, let him tell us Anduin's gossip. I want to hear all of this. Okay. Apply pheromones. Applying those pheromones. Okay. Getting on the little spider here. Swarmite.
Very cute.
They're very cute. Very StarCrafty with that name, may I just say. StarCraftiness.
Getting to fly over this area. How big the city area is beyond just beautiful. A functional hub.
This is really, really nice. This is easily as big as Suramar. Easily.
Yes. I think bigger.
I'd actually say, yeah, I was going to say maybe even bigger. Holy shit. I'm just trying to...
And it does, unlike Surmar, have its own map once you get into the city.
Oh, shit.
You are expected inside the
Oh my god, it does! Holy bloody moly! I suppose it has 2 delves in here. 2 dungeons. And raid. That is very big. I really like that, by the way. I really do love, like, massive cities within games.
Welcome. I'm Executor Nizrek, also known as the Vizier. Your willingness to meet humble.
Hey, dude. And again, really good voice acting with all the, like, these... Oh, hey, Andrew, I didn't see you behind his thorax there.
Couldn't risk being discovered.
Excellent.
Okay.
Time to get to work.
And ironically enough, Enwin is putting to skill his diplomatic skills.
Oh.
Oh, here we go. Here's the dialogue I've seen before. Your fair Anduin is quite the learned one for his age. We've whiled away the time. Oop.
He's moving to the back of the room. Okay, dude, he's teleporting.
Oh. Jumping around. We've whiled the time with discussion of history, economics, narrative fictions, and of course, what virtues our 2 cultures have in common. I wonder what similarities you'll observe yourself.
This guy's like, I'm a nosy little bugger, and you know what? I can respect that, Mr. Nizrek.
Oh, he does have an explanation for why he's not dead.
Also, his voice lines have now changed.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I wish we could sit down and catch up with each other properly, but as always, time is never on our side. Again, putting my foot down, this has been good for this expansion. That sense of urgency, you know what, is even though I wish that the main quests were obviously more plentiful, disregarding side quests here that I know would add to the plentiful feeling of like doing the quests in this zone, I do like the sense of urgency in regards to like almost, it does slightly explain the speed of these main quests. I know it's a bit of a fucking reach there, but like slightly it does. It's like we need to get a move on. We need to get right to the point in regards.
But on the other hand, we do have stuff like us going down for a nice set of drinks in Merildar and getting to hang out. So they can put in levity and breaks.
And those breaks too. Yeah. Those ones were very good, may I just say. Just you bringing them up again.
Oh, they were great. Needed more of those.
Needed more of them. Needed more. Okay. A most intriguing invitation. Oh, we'll do the flavor text first.
Yes.
When the Nerubians dragged me away, I thought I was done for. And it was like, I guess I'll die, guy doing the shrug meme picture. But instead of being taken to a prison, I was brought here to execute a Nizrek. He wished to exchange words, not blows, and in doing so I've learned that this city and its inhabitants are in dire need of aid. These aren't monsters. They need our help. I realize how strange this all sounds, but I speak the truth.
Inspire others to do better. We will not allow sabotage.
Rightio. So Enwin says it surprises me to see that you've made allies amongst the Kaheti. And yes, I'm alive and well. A wry smile crawls across Enwin's face. Not too much of a shock, I hope.
Oh, I like that set of lines. That's nice. I like it.
I know. Enwin's like, that's right. I'm a good diplomat, and it turns to my face, and I'm like, I wonder who isn't a good diplomat but was given a diplomat's role. Anyway.
It's a little clever too, which I appreciate.
Yes, I like this too. Like, Enwin's used his wits to get out of this situation rather than combat. He started off with, rah, I'm swinging my sword, but it's turned out his ability to talk to people and adventure and to listen to other people's points of view is the thing that's aiding him, the more diplomatic role. Anyway, I sent these invitations to you and Alleria, and I bet that my father's sword, you wouldn't let such a unique opportunity pass you by. It's what sets you apart from us all. Alleria, however, is anyone calling Alleria very... Yes, she's as cautious as she is assertive. I suppose I was hoping for the latter, but it's the former that's kept her alive. Perhaps you'll find us later on. For now, it's time for you to meet my new acquaintance properly. Okay.
I do what I can. Executor Nizrek is one of Queen Ansarek's closest confidants.
Oh.
So she surmises.
Very cloak and dagger. Okay, so these two have been
Yeah,
plotting.
one hell of a voice.
I know, it's a great voice.
A pleasure to meet you.
Okay, so both this guy and Anduin have been plotting, planning, ruminating. And now our quest says the Weaver wants to take out Xalatath and free Ansarek from her influence.
The time is short. Herald pheromones.
I don't think anyone's going to be freed from anyone's influence here, but we're going to try.
Xalatath is a problem, to be certain, but the Queen is not being influenced. She has made a choice she believes.
Thank you. Oh, that's good. That answers my questions before.
The Weaver will not be pleased.
Alleria comes in and just tries to kill this guy. No! No, Mr. President!
Oh my god, Alleria just...
Leave it in
He's an ally.
Anduin's just standing here and he's like, well, if I die, I die.
Dalaran fell because of them.
Alleria, we can end this war.
Wait, did Anduin just like
not if you lose that arrow.
twitch around then?
Alleria's kind of like acting more like a peacemaker.
Yeah.
Return to him.
Okay. Turning in quest.
I know I can help.
Quite the entrance. Nizrek emits a cough that you might imagine to be a chuckle. I like this guy. Okay, perhaps we should give them a private moment whilst we let them have it. Would you hear out a small request of mine? Of course, dude. Anything for you. You're my new bestie. Okay, we've called you here today because it is the Ascendance Day. Queen Ansarek has deigned declare a day to revel in our new-found void-infused evolution, our ascendance. Please note my satirical nuance. While the streets are alive with festivity and joyous citizens, the shade casters planted throughout the bazaar will be drowning the air with Ansarek's vile propaganda. Okay, so we got to awaken the public to these machinations.
Stay safe.
Okay, and Anduin's is inviting Alleria was a risk, but even at this moment, I feel like it was worth taking. I know it was. I will speak with her on my own. In the meantime, I would like you to venture into the city above. The pheromones that Nizrek gifted you will allow us access to the bazaar. And basically, again, we got to go explore the bazaar. Oh, this city is as vibrant as Stormwind. And its people are as worthy of freeing from abuse as our own. Experience yourself and how similar we all are. I wouldn't say it's as vibrant as Stormwind in a sense of colour palettes. That's the only thing, Anduin.
Also, imagine saying that to a horde player. It's like, I don't know how vibrant Stormwind is.
I don't know how vibrant Stormwind is. I've never even.
The last time the horde player was there, Anduin was hunting them down.
Also, there's a stay a while and listen here too.
A very good one.
Ooh.
All right, Anduin. Talk.
I don't expect you to understand, but I just... In that moment, with the airship, maybe some part of me thought that would be enough for the light to shine on me again. That maybe if I did what my father... But the light didn't come. I found myself here instead.
His actions impressed me so much that I simply had to redirect his prison transport.
Fairwind told me I needed to get out of my head about everything. I think she was right. Maybe the light hasn't returned to me, but this is what I'm best at.
Allying with monsters?
Helping people. I'm not going to let Xalatath ruin a civilization, no matter how monstrous it appears.
And you feel unworthy of the light. I still don't trust these Nerubians, but I trust you. And that's enough for now.
This is what I'm best at, helping people. Oh, I love that.
Do you see what I've been meaning this whole time? When it's been coming to a very big head with what Anduin's best path is.
Yeah. I hope, just with this though, I hope they don't try and correlate leading a people as helping said people. That is my only request, because that is the only way they can get around this and be like, see, he does need to be king.
I will say,
lead and
the
help
thing that I feel is very explicit here is Anduin trying to emulate Varian did not bring the light back to him.
Yes, yeah, I caught that as well.
Anduin's attempts to do it, but in the process of trying to do that, he is now finding something he is good at doing, something that is being helpful.
You mean he is the diplomat?
Yeah.
I'm ruminating on this. Like I said, my persistence that they're just trying to say that a good king would be these sorts of things, right? I still think it has a grain of weight, because
it's a thing of, does that mean they're saying Varian was a bad king? Because I don't think they are. But that would be the only way to interpret that if they're trying to make this a good king angle for Anduin, of the light did not shine back on him for doing this, like what Varian did.
Yes. I mean, I suppose you could argue that it could be like, a classic king in the sense of the word, like, you know, someone who can lead an army and stuff. But like you said, my argument's falling apart here, because, like you said, relying on that is calling Varian a bad king, and also trying to divvy up the role of a king too sharply there, because you can't obviously lead a kingdom without being prepared for war, and to just come to terms with the fact that being a leader like that will hurt people in the end, like especially a monarchy, that will end up hurting someone in the long run. My argument's falling apart by this single thing.
I told you we'd get more and more, and it would be harder and harder to do that, to the point where even if they do go in the direction you're saying, it would be incongruent story to do so at this point, because the things they are saying don't match up with that theme.
Yeah, which we can't totally say won't happen, because WoW has made bad writing decisions.
Cough, Rathian, cough.
Yeah, I do like a choking, dying gasp here. It certainly, at least within this bubble, I would now argue it is leading to that. That Anduin is... And I think that maybe, looking back on it retrospectively here, Anduin always saying, well, I'm king, and then feeling awkward while saying it, was his first signs of trying to be like he normally was, and almost being embarrassed by it. And
yes, and
not
I
being
think
congruent with him.
He kept saying it a bit more and more as we got in, and it culminated in this moment of emulating his father as king, emulating those actions, and ultimately that not leading to what he wanted.
Yeah. Much to consider is all I've got to say after that.
I think that's what I like the most about this entire thread, is like there is that kind of admission that he's not like his father. It's kind of like that return to that, you know, like him acting like Varian isn't necessarily what the light.
You also note in the cutscene where he does the sacrifice, they have that very explicit mirror shot of the BFA cinematic.
Right.
Except this time there's no light in the sword. He can't drop the sword and do what he actually is best at, like in that cinematic. The only choice he has is to use the sword like his father does.
Yeah. I love how we're all like sort of stopped here and ruminating, like, what can we say? But also on a note,
I think it's really good how the different points culminate in this moment here, and I think it's interesting giving you those different angles of wondering where it's going. And
I think I agree.
It's been fun seeing you formulate those thoughts.
Yeah, like I said, I've been trying to, I always try and be a little bit of a realist. I always try and err on the side of pessimism in regards to certain things. But, dare I say, I do have a grain of hope in my heart here. That as much as I'm like, oh, fine, yes, I do see that story, and I very much want to agree with all those points, and I find myself, I am agreeing with those points, but so, you know what I mean? I'm like, no, I need to keep my hopes low.
It's very funny how this is our second Windrunner conversation about Anduin feeling unworthy of the light and his position as king.
I know we need to get Verisa back in here so we can have a third.
Next expansion, give us a Verisa one.
Give us a Verisa one. Then we got the lucky number 3, and then Anduin's just gonna go. You know what? I've come to a realization.
Anduin's gonna go to the Shadowlands again, and he's gonna find Lyrath, and he's gonna have a 4th one.
Yeah.
He needs to talk to all of his advisors. He's like, what do you guys think about the whole king thing? Please, I need some advice here. He's the friend who's desperately going to everyone else for advice. Also, while I am heavily ruminating on Anduin's story, Alleria's story here, like I said, she's very much... I'm glad that they're keeping with the idea that she is being reckless, by the way. Like, they're keeping with that consistency, and she has very good reason to be reckless. I'm glad that she just hasn't accepted things as easily. Like, she was just going to blast Anduin just then for a second. She was like, get out of my way, white boy. We're going to get some spiders here. Like I said, I feel like her story is going a little bit too fast, though, still. Like... she's not had as much...
Especially since she wasn't really in the first half, and unlike Anduin, she wasn't really the focus of Halifal.
Yeah, I suppose we could argue that her story is a lot more simple, in a sense. Like, she wants to get vengeance on Xalatath. That is our primary goal at the moment. We're keeping her goal very simple. And it's like, what are her weaknesses? Well, she's a little bit reckless because she's driven by both of her...
I will also say, I'm glad they aren't stripping away her prejudices, because that was something that felt kind of oddly missing from an expansion like BFA or Legion, where the reason why she left Quel'Thalas in the first place was vengeful hatred against orcs and trolls as people for killing her family. And the reason why she went beyond the Dark Portal was not a noble sacrifice. It was blood rage against the orcs. And it's nice seeing her very clearly still have some of those elements and still have some of that hypocrisy that she showed against Sylvanas in BFA.
Yeah.
And shown in a way that isn't, actually, it's justified, like it was with Sylvanas.
Exactly. Yeah, so I actually like that, though. I actually do like when characters have...
Like, that feels like good setup for Midnight when we eventually go with the Amani, of having her confront that side of herself and those views of culture she has as she herself delves into the void and leads this group of very fucked up void elves.
Very fucked up void elves. Agreed. Like we were talking before about Midnight, it isn't going to be any easy feat reconciling that, like, because of, like, obviously the messy sort of real life and parallels in regards to that. But at least they're allowing these characters to have these biases, and we'll see how those biases either ravel or unravel and promote both positive and negative consequences within these characters. But yeah, like I said, I actually don't mind that about Alleria at all. Like, she is very, like you said, very single-minded. She still has those biases. She's still very driven here because that's what she's known, and that's what she's basically engaging with once again. So all good there, all good. Like, not, like I said, other than going very, very fast, and like I said, it's always the trouble with WoW characters, very long-lived peoples. You would expect them to hold on to those biases for a lot longer, but for the sense of narrative storytelling in WoW, they actually do need to move things quickly. Like, if I was 1,000 years old and I had a grudge and I hadn't given up on that grudge, I don't think something very simple would change my mind about it. Like, just putting my... I mean, it's beyond human understanding, something like that, like saying I've lived 1,000 of our lifetimes, right? But we do know, like, people hold grudges, and like we can hold very grudges for, you know, reasons which are ridiculous, or we can have very good reason to hold grudges. So like I said, at least we have Midnight coming up to examine those more, even if, like, whatever our story is culminating here with Xalatath, because me and Sil, this is at a point now that me and Sil have not seen any of these cutscenes and we've not done any of these quests. How this sort of culminates in this first sort of base part of the expansion's story conclusion for Alleria. So, well, we'll see. Also, has everyone picked up the quest?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And also, just one final funny thing. I love how Nizrek during that conversation was like, "This man's stupid. I like that in a man." Anyone may have someone with a little crush on him. Oh my gosh! Ooh. Anyone and the spider guy sitting in a tree. Kissing. Oh shit. Okay. Now, how do we? Oh, we have to press this, right?
You just click on it, yeah.
Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, it's reinforcing that sort of like, whoa, don't the Ascended look really fucking creepy and weird, man? Yeah. Cool, okay. If I was Ascended and I wasn't really too sure about my choice, and I was like, okay, that sounds pretty okay. That would
well, if you notice and you go inside, there are some just like regular Ascended people in here.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just normal citizens.
I think I'd be like, oh, I made a shit decision? Oh, man. Oh, why does this always happen to me? Come on. Would not be the best. I'd got to say that'd be kind of unfun being Ascended and realizing that everyone hates your guts. I'd be like, so embarrassing. Okay. Cold dark mark may stain our hearts in passing from the newly elevated Queen Ansret, beloved daughter of Nephris. Gloriously warm fire makes its home anew for us. May her reign oversee the splendor of our children for eons to come. Okay. Ooh, there's another one in here. Yeah, and these guys do not like the old gods. They're like, boo, boo. Yeah. But again, we saw that with Northrend and the Nerubians up there too. So makes sense. Like that consistency between these groups of people. Cool.
I think this is the closest we've come to seeing like that theme of Anduin not being like his father and that being a good thing, like him having his own strengths since like probably Mop.
Yeah.
And it's a very explicit form of he tries to be like his father and it turns out bad, and now he's trying to be like himself and it is working to our advantage.
Right. Like that being like a good thing, not even like a neutral thing. Like it's good that Anduin has his own strengths. I really like that.
Oh, it's like you said, it's been really missing, hasn't it? Like, it's not
that
been
was
a
one
joyous
of the
ride with Anduin.
Yeah, that was one of the like things that I really liked about his character. So I was like a little disappointed that.
So we should just walk around here because it's fun to just walk around the city.
Ooh.
Little stroll.
It's a very fun little bazaar.
Little stroll around here, yes, please.
I mean, they really have just everything training here. It really is just a full city.
Ooh! I'm going to train my fishing from this guy. Yes! This spider taught me fishing. Yes! Ooh, cuisine stores.
I love little dialogue with this quest.
I feel like Anduin would be the kind of guy, though, that if you gave him like something really bizarre in front of him to eat it, like, he'd just eat it. He'd just be like, yeah, putting this in my mouth.
Well, do you see these corn dogs wrapped in webs?
Oh, that's really funny.
Yes. Okay, hands up, random aside. Who would like to try insects to eat here? Like, or who may have already tried insects to eat here?
Do shrimp count? Insects of the sea?
Insects of the sea? The bug?
Oh god, read the description of this blue item.
Unwrap the still struggling delicacy. You can still hear the plaintive animal cries from inside. No! I'm guessing that's a pet, though, by the way. We open it up and we get a free pet.
Oh, that's funny.
That is really cute, by the way. That is really, really nice. I can tell by
I love this. Now, if you look over here, instead of having like a rack for their tools, they just have spider webs that they hang them on. Stick them to.
Oh, that's nice.
That's clever.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something. I actually didn't know that these were like web wrap sticks to begin with. I thought they were bulrushes.
Oh.
Oh, that's a nice like sort of flower display. You know how like people have dried bulrushes in their home sometimes, like as like rather than having fresh flowers, you get very dried flowers, and often bulrushes are a good choice to go with those. So, anyway, insects. I would eat crickets. Crickets look delicious, by the way. I'm not going to lie about that. But I'm one of those people who can smell ants, so I don't really like ants.
I can too. It's always crazy how people can't smell ants.
It's so strange. They smell like formaldehyde or whatever that really strong yet like chemical smell is. It's like, ugh. But crickets, I think crickets would be delicious. So would locusts as well, because they're really juicy looking. I wouldn't like to eat scorpions, because scorpions are like my sort of like one of my favourite sort of animals. Plus as well my star sign.
Dogs are one of them here are the names. Drogbar from Zaralek.
Oh, Drogbar, where? Oh, from Zaralek specifically?
Yeah, right here.
Oh. Oh yeah, Glimmerog. Oh my god.
I recommend not doing the quest marker ones here and continuing to prod her.
Okay, we'll continue to prod her then. Oh yeah, so the snail market's oversaturated in our home of Zaralek Cavern. Snail racing is a popular pastime, so the only speediest of the mollusks make it to sail. Doesn't seem much of a need for speed. Oh shit, sorry. Oh, this guy's fucking me up.
Oh, they're level 80.
Oh, we can handle them though, look.
Oh, we're getting removed from the city.
Oh shit, oh no. Sorry, I was reading about snails. We need to run, do we? Uh-oh.
I just got tossed out of the city.
Uh-oh, I think I'm next. Yep, there we go. Oh, there's an achievement for that.
Yeah, that's an interesting, larger consequence than Suramar of like, oh no, you actually get thrown out of whatever you were doing.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Hello.
There we go. I've had to change over my headphones. Like, they're just... hate when that happens. I don't know what it is with my bad luck microphones, but anyway, putting those in my box over there. I'll have to, like, test them out later. Also, I'm going to quickly go finish my quest, too, because I've been meandering around you guys. And yeah.
Oh, it's right here. Don't worry. You're right next to it, yeah.
Yay! There we go. Sorry about that little detour just then.
Oh, no worries. We were kind of just exploring the city.
The Twitchery, too, by the way. Do they birdwatch?
No, they grow bugs.
They grow bugs, the Twitchery. I'm like, twitching, right? Birdwatching?
Seems they have moths, but no birds.
No, yeah, so their twitching involves moths. Okay, that's very cool. Also, thank you for being patient, guys. That is always annoying.
Oh, you can buy a little pet here that looks just like the little skitterer.
Oh my god.
Oh, Spindle.
And Spindle, yeah. And Fringe, who looks like Jump Jump. Well, I know what I'm spending my catch on.
Oh, damn it. I only have 26 at the moment. God,
yeah, 415.
450. Ooh, nice, fair to say. I'm guessing that like getting this is like kind of the
doing it the second time instead of reputation, it rewards cash.
Oh, that's useful.
Because reputations are now account bound.
Ooh.
So there's still value in doing the quests again.
Oh, that's nice. I kind of really like that. I'm actually tempted to go and redo all these quests again. No word of a lie in regards to this.
Yeah, I'll probably take a character or two through the main storyline at least, again.
Also, Alleria is very, we've reserved enough time to kill.
We're here
to
observe and learn
vibrant people such as any other we've encountered together over the decades. They deserve the same peace and protection that we seek for our own. Let's vow to that. When forced to fight, it will always be against the source of strife, never the victims of it. Okay, Anduin. I'm liking this. Keep going. Okay. The stage in the distance is where Anseret will give her attendance speech. You, Alleria, and I shall make our way up one of the nearby towers and observe. If we are turned If we are to turn her own citizens against her, then we must also gain as much first-hand experience with her tactics as we can manage. I've already told Alleria as much, but we cannot make our presence known. Okay, if you do run into any trouble, the Vizier has arranged for a set of getaway flyers at the edge of the burrows where we first met. Okay, cool.
Oh,
Let's
Sam,
go.
you might find, if you talk to Anduin again after picking up the quest, you might find this interesting.
Yeah, I was about to point that out. It's very interesting.
What, that over the course of time, through obedience to the light's guidance, one becomes more and more sensitive to its voice and its power. That?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very weird.
Little culty, I think.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've ever heard Anduin talk about his connection to the light as obedience.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've got much to ruminate on this. Like, this is my initial impressions, so like I said, through these videos I tend to go off on tangents and stuff like that, but I'm ruminating. I'm gonna let this cook. Oh, cutscene.
And this I promise to you all. With our renewed strength, our kingdom shall be reborn!
I can feel the Void's influence upon her. She's Xalatath's creature now.
How could you know that? Alleria, we need to go.
Maybe you're right. Wait. She's here.
What?
Xalatath.
No!
For Khadgar.
Well, Alleria...
Maybe you'll hit her next time, Alleria.
This is to end racism. Shoots a hoop, misses. Oh, just ignore that one.
Oh no.
I'm making reference to the Vine, by the way, where the guy's like, "This is to end racism," and he misses the hoop like massively. Anyway, Alleria just did that. Just did the equal, like, for Khadgar, misses by a mile. It's like, girl, what? No.
Are we in separate?
No,
Oh no, we're in
here.
the same one. Yeah.
I'm here, just loading in. Hell yeah.
I don't know if you saw the dialogue from.
Oh, no, I didn't. Maybe I loaded in a bit too.
You said like, oh, the entire city's closing in. We'll have to fight our way out.
Oh, okay.
What happened back there? This isn't you.
No, it is her.
It kind of is, yeah.
Yeah, no.
It was my chance to make up for Dalaran. For Khadgar.
Alleria, this is not your heart. What are you doing? And Alleria's like, it sure fucking is. I love killing. Ooh. I always like little bits like this too, by the way. Nice little tie-in of story into like a nice instance event too. Very nice.
I'll slay you myself.
Okay, where to next? Oh, this guy. And you were right too, Port. These guys are very, very easy to manage being underleveled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that. Like we're eviscerated.
Well, in this case, I think it did scale to us.
Oh, did it? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 78. No, it was 76. Oh, I suppose you could have scaled it down a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Quicksil, run in. You got fire all over you. Yeah.
Wait, get back.
Champion, slip through and take out the commander.
Oh.
We'll keep that swarm at bay for you.
Oh, I actually... that's how serious that was. Just then I was like, oh shit, we need to hide around the corner. Ow. Oh, ow. Dear Lord. Oh, I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh, dear Lord. Ah. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, we survived. Oh, I actually feel sorry for her saying that was some good voice acting. I was like, oh no.
Shield me! Protect me!
Oh, she's running around dead fast.
We are in this together.
Are they coming back? Oh. They went straight for Anduin.
He's our tank. He doesn't know what he's doing.
They saw this white boy and they're like, get his ass immediately.
Get him.
This dialogue is weird to me. What's about to come up?
Are you thinking of giving up? Giving in? I know what it's like. I can't fix things for you. But you know who you are. And I can listen. If you need me.
Okay.
Very weirdly this dialogue, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's a little weird.
I'm just gonna say this. I think he's like, look, if you're struggling, like I'm a shoulder that, you know, I'm a kind ear to listen, but why say it now? It's like a little bit. Like we're right in the middle of like escaping a city. Like that's all well and good, Edwin, but not right now. And he doesn't really know Alleria. Like let's be honest, and he vaguely knows her, but like.
I think it's a little soon in his recovery to be offering help to other people. This is like you need to put your own. He's in the mode where he still needs to put his life preserver on first before he can tell other people. So
yeah, exactly.
Jump.
Oh, sorry, I'm moving a bit slow, gang. My trinket's holding me back.
All right, fine, jumping it is.
Oh, that was funny. Okay.
I think that they thought that line of dialogue really hit, but unfortunately it was a little bit of a miss. Yeah.
And to be followed by a humorous line was also a weird choice.
Yeah. Oh, and that was good though. I like that. Like, and it was like, oh, we got to jump, and Alleria's like, yeah, I'm not jumping.
No.
Gasp.
Okay. Third time's a charm, Alleria.
Yeah, you got it this time, girl. Hilarious has been ineffectual. My goodness gracious, girl.
Always alone, pushing everyone away to embrace the hunt. Just like the monster you pretend not to be.
You're the only monster here.
Am I? You've slain hundreds to find me. Was that really all for Khadgar? Or is it just your nature to destroy? Come, Alleria. Embrace who you truly are.
Alleria.
Anduin just thrown in there for good measure.
Yeah, and it was like, I'm here too.
I know who I am.
Fucking foot shot.
It's our second one.
Maybe I was onto something with Guild Wars 2 and its influence. Because it seems like the Guild Wars 2 foot dev has made the progress into World of Warcraft.
But no,
that way.
That tech there, the tech there of having those cutscene models show in quick flash was really impressive.
Oh yeah.
Of like something that's in engine.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That was technically a really, really good cutscene. I'm gonna say this from a story perspective, it was a little silly. That I have to say that is actually one. It was again a good sort of like communication between characters, but again, Alleria's just like, that ain't me. Peace sign. Clearly, that one sentence before they jumped from Anduin really hit home about relying on it. This is what I think. This is an issue of going too fast. Like that.
Yeah.
That was too fast.
Read Alleria's dialogue now.
No, Alleria.
Very fast.
No,
Very fast.
Not that this human of 20 odd years old has really shown me, an elf of thousands of years old, years of age, that one can overcome obstacles in one's life. No, actually, Alleria, you should have been able to come to that conclusion yourself or by the people who have spent their lives with you. Not bloody Anduin. He's bloody struggling. He's on struggle street at the moment. This man is only just like going, maybe I should be who I am. And Alleria's like, wow, that's so inspiring to me. Oh my god. Live, laugh, love.
Especially because Alleria already had that character arc back when she like chose to not be Ranger General of Silver Moon, you know?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a cop, I have to say. That's a little bit of a
I get what they were going for. They were going for the idea of like, oh, who are you? It's your nature to be this.
Yeah.
Xal'atath is asking to embrace who she truly is, and they have those flashes of the characters who matter to her saying her name, because who she is Alleria.
Yes.
Not what Xal'atath wants her to be. It's just very fast, and the characters shown are not really set up as people she cares about yet in this narrative right now.
Exactly.
Like, obviously, she cares about Turallion, but in the War Within, they haven't shown Turallion.
Yeah.
Much.
I feel like that might be a bit confusing, but especially, like, I know I say that, like,
And like, obviously, Anduin.
Anduin! Oh my god,
You kind of
yes,
met her.
Anduin!
You kind of met him like 5 minutes ago.
I'm gonna say this too. I don't think Xal'atath has really, during the actual progress of the, like, not just the bit before, you know, the Telogus Rift stuff and stuff like that. I don't think Xal'atath has really given Alleria a very convincing argument to join her side either. Like,
No.
she hasn't really offered Alleria anything.
Well,
like,
because there's the idea they're going for her trying to lure her in with the pointlessness of all of it, but Halifal directly proved that wrong.
Yeah. And
we haven't really seen a moment that would give Alleria cause to doubt her opposition to Xal'atath.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that they're going to say, well, what about Khadgar? She wants revenge for Khadgar. So she shoots an arrow when she's like really severely over, you know, it's overwhelming odds against her. Like, that isn't smart.
I get what they're doing there. They're not trying to make her smart. They're
Yeah.
trying to make her consumed by her vengeance.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I get that, but A, very Sylvanas derivative. B, it feels like rather than having there be consequences of her need for vengeance and her lone wolf attitude, there's kind of just nothing happening with her.
Yeah.
Like, she's mostly just ineffective. She's not causing problems.
Yeah. Again, it really comes down to that. I'm going to change my sort of point there. That feeling of ineffectual sort of behaviors from Alleria, just like through that bit just then. Yeah, it really does drive home that, like, I feel that if Xal'atath really wanted to break her down, they needed more than just Khadgar, right? And it's like, okay, she's friends with Khadgar and she's driven by that rage. Okay. However, it doesn't play. I feel like they haven't played enough to her insecurities, and like everyone's been so supportive of her, like around her. Like,
I feel like
no one's pushed her away.
If I were to rewrite this very slightly, I would have invented a red shirt for this small storyline. And like, oh, instead of us just going in here alone, the Vizier sends us in with someone. And as we're going through the city, we're learning about the city with this Nerubian friend of ours. And then when we're up there on the tower, we're observing it with this Nerubian friend. Him and Anduin and this Nerubian friend want to leave. Alleria decides to do that. There should have been a consequence of this Nerubian friend dies because of that. And that could have been Alleria's wake-up call of, like, oh, I am being reckless. I am being consumed by this in my own selfish way. Because that would have been a good way of pinning home the idea of, oh, she is being self-destructive and she is being destructive to others in her pursuit of her goals. Because right there when Xal'atath is talking like, oh, it's in your nature to destroy, we haven't really seen that because none of the people Alleria has killed have really been anyone that matters. None of the people she hasn't gotten anyone killed. She hasn't caused any bad things.
Exactly, and it's the rightful enemy. I feel like this would have been different if Alleria actually blamed herself for Dalaran, maybe if Alleria had.
Well, she does, but
more of a direct sort of like, wow, if Alleria and us as the player could actually see if Alleria hadn't done this, Dalaran wouldn't have exploded or something.
Well, that's part of where with Dalaran, you could have had her be the one leading the paranoid charge with Khadgar, of investigating Drendon, really going hard in on trying to figure out who Drendon is, and then because she is so single-minded in that, the twist of it being someone else isn't noticed because Alleria, like, maybe there is a hint that it is someone else in that quest line, but Alleria ignores it because she is so pinpointed on Drendon.
Actually, I really like that idea, and it's a good narrative callback then to have that replicated, that, you know, she's ignoring the things in front of her in that pursuit of vengeance / you know, single-minded pursuit of the hunt, you know. So, yeah, I feel like there could have been, just very minor yanks to the actual narrative thread there. And like you said, Paul, at least have like some direct result of her actions of like, building up a character that you're like, whoa, I love this guy. This is actually a good time of Blizzard actually doing that. Introduce a character quick and then kill them fast. You know, and they seem like a pretty nice person. Maybe here. Because like you said, an idea of like a Nerubian who's been with you, like maybe saves you at the start of the zone. Or like, you know, saves you from the other Nerubians. And then you lead to that Nerubian's death at the end. Well, Alleria leads to that Nerubian's death. And then, like, Anduin pointing that out and the player character going, like, what the hell, Alleria? That would have been a good wake-up call. Again, like you said, yeah. And it probably needed to show Alleria's connection. Like you said, like, at the moment we had all those characters saying her name. But let's just say if you're a new player, you wouldn't know who these people are except, like, Khadgar and Anduin.
You know Khadgar, you know Anduin. You might know Locust Walker from
the Talogus Rift,
the Harbinger stuff, and Turallion is there.
Yeah.
But you don't really know Turallion from that.
Yeah, like you're told by the quest it's a husband, and you know at the end of the Talogus Rift one where you have to fight him in the room, you know. But you don't see them interact before. Like, it would have actually even been interesting if there was a bit before the Dalaran bit that Turallion is there, and he's like, I need to go
If
back
anything,
to Stormwind.
the only interaction we have is Vision Turallion killing Vision Alleria.
Yeah, exactly, which really doesn't set a good, like, starting point. So, yeah, I feel... Well, again, this isn't a bad idea for Alleria.
Poor Eretor.
Poor Eretor. Like I said, I still hold to my slight idea that Alleria cares about her husband more than her son, but she won't admit it to herself. Like, she treats her son as, like, her anchor, but I think she cares more about her husband. I think that would actually create a very... If Xal'atath would have pushed her on that, like... because you've been so single-minded, you just pretend that you love your son, you know, that would actually fuck someone up, I think, and be like, no, that's not true, and Xal'atath...
That would have been a good point for Xal'atath to push of time after time, Alleria pushes away others and makes choices for others for the sake of whatever goal she has.
Like with Anduin,
and Alleria could really push the point of how long until you push aside Azeroth as a whole.
Yeah.
Why not embrace that now? Why not embrace the fact that it's in your nature to keep pushing people away.
Yeah.
And keep making these choices and making these consequences for others. And that would have been nicely pinpointed by a Nerubian she just got killed.
And like a changing Xal'atath's sort of air quotes obvious goal to, instead of Alleria joining her, just maybe less focusing on the idea of Alleria joining her and just pushing Alleria to a point that she herself becomes an agent of
that's what's so interesting is Xal'atath seems pretty willing to just toss that aside. She finally gets one chance to offer that to Alleria. Alleria says no, and now she's just kind of lumped in with the I'm coming for you all.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't even... This is the thing. If she wanted Alleria to join her, I always like... It can be vague at the beginning of like a villain's sort of like quest, but like... Yeah, it's a little bit vague in regards to like... And like I said, this isn't like a... You should tell us exactly why Xal'atath needs Alleria right now. Does she want her to join? Like, obviously, all these quests push that she wants her to join me in the dark side, you know. But what if Xal'atath just framed it instead as like, oh, I don't want you to join me. I just want you to recognize your true nature. And that drives Alleria nuts too, because she's like, obviously, she wants me to join her. And every time that she runs into Xal'atath's like, no, not really.
I mean, that would have been a really interesting thing if instead of her taunting about her lone wolf nature, it would have been interesting to see Xal'atath encourage that.
Yeah.
And see like encourage Alleria to push more people aside and embrace the void further, because ultimately there's only so much of the void Alleria can embrace without losing herself, because that is one of the things her cinematic setup is, that she is slowly losing more and more pieces of herself. Her husband, her son, her heritage, her sisters. She's choosing to cast those aside as she embraces the void, and that just brings her closer to
Xalatath.
Xalatath's
Exactly.
clutches.
So Xalatath doesn't need to say, join me. Xalatath just needs to keep on giving her those little pushes to keep on using her powers.
Like, it would have been fun if Xalatath, quote, let Alleria kill her.
Yeah.
And then got right back up and go, you don't have enough right now. You're going to need to embrace this more.
Yeah. Oh, actually, like, I think,
Maybe even in that moment, offer her the power in the Dark Heart.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can absorb this power right now and strike me down, but it will consume you. And then Alleria, in that moment, makes the choice not to. So she makes that choice. I am not going to stop the villain right now. I'm not going to absorb her power. I'm going to keep part of myself for the moment. So that has an immediate consequence of Xalatath is still at large. Xalatath still has all of that power at her disposal, but she doesn't have Alleria.
Yeah. I think that just what we said there just would have taken a little bit of reframing in the story rather than a total, obviously, rewrite. I mean, it's just reframing it as rather, join me in the dark side. As no, keep on going. Like, you can get me if you keep on going. You just need to embrace your powers. Like, it's nothing to
That's the
me.
thing. They made it really clear that Alleria's powers, as she is now, are really ineffectual against Xalatath.
Yeah.
They don't make it very clear why Xalatath would want her, because Alleria is kind of ineffective right now. She's not really doing anything useful.
I love that bit in Hallowfall where they're all in front of like the Shadow Orb, and Alleria's like, "No, I have the power to stop Xalatath," and all she does is bring down one barrier.
Yeah.
It's like, "Oh, okay, girl, whatever you say." But like, yeah, I think they just needed a bit of reframing, and like, we don't even need a full, and that also still keeps Alleria's story open to future influence from Xalatath, because it's still, like, Alleria's like, no, because I'm thinking of all the people who are relying on me not to give in too much to my powers, and then you can have
the thing of why those flashbacks would work is because that would be Alleria remembering why she has been giving them up.
Yeah.
She's been giving these people up for their sakes.
Yeah.
She has been embracing the void for their sakes.
Yeah.
But in this moment, accepting the power that Xalatath wants to give her with the Dark Heart would not bring Dalaran back, would not bring Khadgar back.
Yeah.
She wouldn't be doing it for anyone except herself.
Yes, exactly. And supposedly these hypothetical people she'll save in the future, but she doesn't know what Xalatath's planning anyway. She doesn't have the ability of foresight. So, correct. Yeah. So, yeah. I think, Alleria's story is definitely the victim of, like, rush pacing.
Being so breakneck pace.
Yeah, breakneck pace, and I think they should have slowed down and thought about what powers they'd already set up for Alleria and how they can make Xalatath less.
It's weird how she doesn't have her void form anymore.
Yeah.
It's so weird to me.
Yeah. Maybe they just... Now, that could be reason why maybe it just didn't look good on the model, or maybe there's an issue with textures or something. I know that sounds weird, but you know how
they could just redesign it. If anything, because the whole point of the story is she's embracing the void further.
Yeah, I know, but
it would have been easier, if anything, to maybe make it more of a permanent part of her default one. Make her new tattoos actually glow with the void.
Yeah.
Make it look more like she has permanently embraced the void. She doesn't even need to turn on this void form anymore. She can just do it in her high elf form.
Now that sounds absolutely cool as fuck, but once again, I actually always hesitate to be like, yeah, sure, they can easily do that with models and textures. Who knows how? Actually, that is one thing I will not speak on. I don't know how the fuck textures work in this game, and I don't know how the fuck models work. What's on Alleria at the moment could just be all one set piece. She could be the clothes. The flesh could be the clothes, in this thing.
Oh, no, it is all different assets. She does have, since Shadowlands, they've been making the models on the player-based model. They just have a unique head. Like Sylvanas, you can kind of play dress-up doll with her because you can strip off the armor and put on different pieces of armor. And it's the same with Alleria's model now, too. This is just a base Blood Elf female with a unique skin texture. And then armor assets on top.
Ah, okay. Now, you see, I don't know that. I mean, I know story stuff, but I don't know how,
I think Anduin's is different, because Anduin's is a full-body armor piece. I don't think they need to add texture below that.
His flesh is the clothes. Oh no!
Yes.
Okay, but yeah, you know what? I like that idea too. But yeah, Alleria's story definitely needed a lot.
You like the idea of Anduin's armor flesh.
No, I never said that. Off-putting, mayhaps. But yeah, I think Alleria's story, definitely suffered from a bit too rushed, a little unfocused, and I think that they made their villain a little bit like, join me. You know what? You can just influence people to become worse, I think. And I think that is a very fair villain sort of idea. It's like, well, I need
especially with the Void, because the Void kind of does the whispers for her. She doesn't need to be the one doing the whispering.
Exactly. And let's just say, like, Xal'atath wanted Alleria out of the way because of her connection to the Void. Like, she doesn't like this person who's midway between the Void and just, like, all the rest of us. So she's like, I need that bitch out of the way. So I'm just going to tempt her more towards the Void so she loses herself. So I'm going to play it off cool. I don't actually really need her. I just need her to get fucked up by the Void. So, but she's pretty strong in will, so I just need to keep on pushing her and see if she breaks, because I can't just go in there and convince her. I just need to keep on making her life a misery in regards to certain things. That is a very fair villain backstory, because sometimes it doesn't need to be world shattering. It can just be, I just need this fool out the way, right? Because I'm connected to the Void and I don't want her knowing any of my secret Void plans, so I just need her to fuck up and get fucked up and out my way, basically. So also to conclude, we'll wrap it kind of up there.
Yeah.
So thoughts on the general sort of Alleria, or are you happy at least with how Anduin is traveling at the moment and being like, Alleria's story is definitely the weaker out? Ironically, I feel that Alleria's story is the weaker out of the two so far, between Anduin and her. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this kind of the antagonism between her and Xal'atath, I'm not really sure if it's working for me right now, because it's like Alleria's already kind of embraced the Void. She just wants to use it for good in a way. Like, I think you guys said this, but like Xal'atath's not really tempting her with anything. She's just being kind of like annoying.
There's nothing of value that Xal'atath is offering,
right?
Especially because Alleria abjectly hates her right now.
It's not like she's saying, I can bring Khadgar back, he's still alive, and Alleria would be like, oh, you know, like, can I not even just
like,
lie?
what is Alleria's...
Like, Khadgar isn't dead.
Yeah, it's like, what's Alleria's motivation right now? Well, Khadgar supposedly died. Xal'atath killed him.
But then also, they're also mentioning this idea that she has motive beyond just avenging Khadgar. But what is that?
Right, like, what is she motivated by? What are her wants? What are her needs?
Xal'atath is clearly mentioning that motive for a reason in this moment, but they don't make it clear what that motive is that she's trying to play on to seduce Alleria to her side.
Right. Like, Alleria wants to be a good mother. She wants to be a good wife. She wants to protect Azeroth, and she's willing to...
Those are all good things.
Yes.
And the way Xal'atath words it makes it sound like it's a darker, ulterior motive on Alleria's part. But so far from what we've been told, all of Alleria's sacrifices of herself and others are for the sake of Azeroth and the sake of her family, which are not bad motivations.
But like, apart from that, where I was going with that is that, so we know what she wants. There's like what a character wants and then like what a character needs. And I feel like she's lacking that need. Like, what does she need? Yeah. Like, love of her husband, the love of her son. Like, we don't really know. Like, what are her desires?
That's an interesting part.
Would be
I do think it would have been interesting playing the idea of she wants to not be alone.
Yeah.
Because she feels like she's been forced into this solitude because of her choices. And it would have been interesting to see Xal'atath offer a chance to not be alone, a chance to be able to embrace the powers of the Void and also
be able to touch her husband.
Because even that, like, a chance to be with Turalyon. Oh, I can bring Turalyon to our side. I can convince him in the ways you couldn't, Alleria. I could bring Erator over to our side in the way you couldn't, Alleria. You could be on my side, because Xal'atath is clearly going for a very seductive route. And it doesn't seem to be working very well on Alleria.
Yeah, Alleria's pretty like, I don't want a threesome with you. And Zalatath's like, I wasn't suggesting that. Anyway, but
Yeah, I'll have
I
to like
that,
watch the
I would say
cutscenes.
I think I want to expand on what I was just saying after the stay a while and listen that happens
okay.
after this quest.
Let's.
exit.
Are we all ready to go then? And but yeah, I like both of you guys are totally correct though. Like, first of all, Alleria is missing that need as a character, and like I said, I would have thought they would have been like, yeah, Khadgar wasn't dead. If you side with me, I could bring him back for everyone. Gonna be selfish if he doesn't, or like you said, Sil, like the need not to be alone, or the need driven by the people that she loves. And Port, like what you've said there too, like. Exactly, just with those few tweaks to the story, like it could create a much more cohesive narrative in regards to things that Zalatath could offer Alleria, or at least like play on the idea that she doesn't need to convince Alleria over to her side, but she at least needs to let her fall to corruption by her own hand, you know? So we haven't really seen either of those. It's always been like this vague, well, you know, like join me, and then it's like, because you know it's in your heart, you're a hunter, and Alleria's just like, no it isn't. It's like, oh, okay then. It's a little bit too easy for Alleria to take that stand against obviously the villain in this case, because Alleria herself, other than her hot-headedness basically here, she's not really made any mistakes as to create like a genuine certified open weakness that Zalatath can prey upon here. It's just been a little bit wishy-washy, and I think again it's the issue of the quest in not really able to find its footing because it's gone too quick. So I think that's a good pretty like summary of a ride.
It's interesting because the breakneck pace makes it hard to establish both the world and the characters. And I think they chose to establish the world more in this time. A lot of them. I think the only one, I think the Ringing Deeps and Halifal struck a good balance between both, but I think the Isle of Dorn and Azj-Kahet didn't nearly as much.
I like.
Where in Azj-Kahet, we kind of erased through the character bits.
Yeah.
And
had some good
more
world
established the world, which it needed to do. I'm glad it did that.
Yeah, exactly. And like I know for sure the side quests would build even more on that too. But again, us doubling down. These are the characters who are going to be with us in the next expansion. Not the Weaver, not, you know, well, the Dalaran NPCs for sure, but they're not main characters. So we need to build on these guys first and foremost. We need to champion these characters within the story. I know, and like I said, world building is very important, but world building can be its own set quest. And yes, they can flow into the main quest, but these are our main characters. It's like a book being like, introduces your main character in the first chapter, then we forget about them for about 7 or 8 chapters to like look at where they live or the neighbor or something. But we still need to know what these guys are doing. I know it can sometimes like stifle maybe world building if you're trying to do both, but I think that the dev team can have their cake and eat it in this case. They just need more of the cake rather than, you know, like the side strawberries with our piece of vanilla cake, you know? Like, we do need the basis of our story, and our basis of the story is our main characters here, who we know are going to be with us next expansion. And in The Last Titan, they're going to be there too. And they're going to be there after those as well, unless someone dies, you know, but they're there, so we need to. And I know that the devs are probably like, well, then we have 3 expansions to build on them. Yes, but again, if we're already creating like,
if we're telling an expansion's worth of story over 3 expansions, I feel like it would have been more effective just to tell it in one expansion.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And like, you don't want to create these like characters and their motivations with like ankles of sand, you know, or feet of sand. You know.
Okay, before we talk more in depth, we should do the last stay a while and listen after we accept the quest from Alleria.
Yeah, let's accept the quest. Okay, I'm turned. Oh, I need to choose a reward. Let's go. Picking up my quest. Whoa, turned into a Scarlet-in again. Okay, so Alleria's like, I went to the city prepared to end this war, even if I was ended with it, but I'm alive, as are you, as is Anduin. We have new allies and a way forward. I realize at the moment my vision may have been obscured by my guilt. Part of me feels like those words are Anduin's, not mine. Maybe he's rubbing off on me. This man has been struggling. Alleria, he's not been in a good way. You should not be taking advice from him just yet. You should be like, maybe Faerun's words, not Anduin's here. No, that's... Anduin's only just finding his footing again.
Yeah, this is like a sudden jump for him.
Okay, we ready?
Yeah. Okay, stay a while and listen.
There is much left to do. Well, we've certainly kicked the spider's nest. Xal'atath won't wait long before striking again.
Alleria, what happened back there?
She invited me into the darkness. Said I was already halfway there. And I'd be lying if I said that wasn't partly true. That by embracing the void to pursue her, I had to cast aside all I care for. You, Barisa, Turalyon, Arator, Khadgar.
Dalaran wasn't your fault.
Can you blame me for wishing I had prevented it? For wondering if the void could have alerted me to Xal'atath?
No, I understand that feeling. More than you know.
For so long, I thought I had to choose between two paths. Stay with my loved ones, or walk alone in the void. Xal'atath sought to force that choice upon me. But I see now that there is only one path forward. The void is a part of me, as is my love for my family. I can and must walk with both, no matter what Xal'atath whispers in my ear.
It can be hard to find your footing in the darkness. Just remember, Alleria, we're always here to lend a hand.
Okay, just a quick thing. That line before they jumped that felt a bit odd. It should have been at the end of that. Like, yeah, you can talk to us, you know, like we're a welcome here, you know, like a joy shared is a joy doubled, a misery shared is a misery halved, you know, like that should have been there. That would have been fine there. It just felt a bit awkward. It's like, we're running for our lives. But Alleria, if you ever need to talk, like, I'm right here. Like, you don't have to worry. It's like, we're just going. Yeah, again, it's a little bit, just a bit weak in regards to, I think it could have been very much bolstered by maybe like the things that we've just been saying just before too. Like, there's nothing wrong with wanting to build on that character and allow them to just like engage with that sort of idea, like that. She's asking me to join her in the darkness. She didn't need to ask you to join her in the darkness. She just needed to give you nudges so you'd get there yourself, essentially, and it would have been a lot less mustache.
It's also the thing of where it feels like Alleria's arc is kind of done.
Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it?
Like obviously,
wow.
we still need to get to the point of her reconciling with her family.
Yeah.
But as it is now, it really feels like all the stuff they set up in her cinematic of like, does she regret these choices? Does she wish she hadn't isolated herself so much? And the answer she came to was no, she doesn't.
Yeah.
But now we're kind of reversed that. We're at the end of that struggle in solitude.
Yeah.
And we're only through the leveling portion of the first of 3 expansions.
Yeah, like, oh, shoot. I was expecting this to go on for quite a while. Like, at least having Alleria go, oh, this is, you know... Like...
I was expecting it to last at least until the end of the War Within. I was expecting it to be the idea that she would kind of suffer in her solitude for all that time. She would think she's making the necessary sacrifices, and then by the end of the patch series for the War Within, she would realize what she realized now. And then going into Midnight, she would be trying to kind of reconcile her issues, reconcile the solitude she's been pushing, not only on herself, but on her loved ones.
Yeah.
And so going into that expansion, trying to make up with Barisa, trying to make up with Turalyon, trying to make up with Arator, trying to make up with Sylvanas, as we go into the more elf-centric, light-centric expansion.
Yeah.
That's in the same way as the start of her cinematic, she leaves the light behind of that fire and embraces the solitude of the void.
Yeah.
For the void theme of the War Within, as we go into the theme where we're allying with the light, it is her almost coming back to the light in a way and embracing her family again, embracing that she doesn't need to sit in the void solitude.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But like, it makes me wonder, what is she gonna do for the next however many patches?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Look, like WoW usually has 2 major patches these days, right? And then yeah, unfortunately. But the thing is, there's nothing dictating that those patches can't extend on characters' stories. I know that it's still a limitation of time and energy of the devs, but like, are you telling me that you couldn't do like a 10 quest like story of like the next steps for Alleria in this patch, and like just try and give a little bit more, like, let's just say we go to the raid and she's still struggling with these issues and we deal with Queen Ansarek and then see Xal'atath escape. Then the next major patch could be Alleria like ruminating on what's next for her and how she's feeling about the void. Like, just take like section off a small bit for like a major like patch to go like, okay, we're continuing this character's story, right? Like, I think the devs need to be like, I know that a lot of people like a whole bunch of different characters, but it's time to, at least for this trilogy, expand.
Do you know what would have been interesting to see if they hadn't cut off her vengeance arc and her solitude arc here, where if they had continued it a bit into the end of the raid, and where they're setting up this idea of, okay, Anduin is being the diplomat, Anduin's being the one that is trying to help more directly through what he's doing, whereas Alleria is focusing on the hunt and her vengeance, where what if we got to the end of the raid and Ansarek kind of turns face, realizes, okay, my choices were wrong, I want to help you now. I realize I'll tell you what Xal'atath is up to. But before she's able to, Alleria just murders her.
Yeah.
Vengeance for Dalaran, vengeance for Khadgar, because Ansarek was responsible as much as Xal'atath was.
Yeah.
And that sets us back. That sets us back from what the information we could have gotten from her because she was being consumed by her vengeance. Yeah. Righteous vengeance, but ill-timed. And that could have been the moment of, hey, all the people Alleria thinks she is helping are now turning against her. They're now frustrated with her.
Yeah.
Because she is causing more problems in her solitude and her lack of teamwork with others.
Now,
and that could have been the spark to kind of have her reach this point of realizing she doesn't need to isolate herself in the void.
Exactly. And I think that actually plays into a writing weakness at the moment with World of Warcraft, is it still hesitates to let its main characters make real big fuck-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, like, this is the thing. So it's like immediately people go, oh, so we're going to punish him now. Like, you don't have to punish him. Like, again, I don't like that idea of like, we need to punish this character, but at least have other characters get mad at said character, because they're an adult who's making their own choices, and their choices were bad at this time. And the thing is that at least dealing with that fallout, because it creates a more interesting story. Like, someone does something bad, characters react to that. Character has to come to terms.
It seems like there's only really one character they're really keen on punishing.
Yeah. We're all coughing here. But yeah, like, I think they need to let go of that fear that, like, okay, so
the fear of people disliking their characters.
Yes, exactly.
Rather than having characters designated person to like, person to dislike. Because like Rathian, clearly designated as person to dislike in the story of Zeralik Caverns. And that changes in the raid, obviously. The raid gets more nuanced than that, but it was very clearly supposed to be, okay, you are supposed to dislike what Rathian is doing and uplift Abyssian as someone you like for what he is doing.
Exactly.
And there was no, this character stumbles on the way to figure themselves out. Abyssian is just the good one that we like, so he has the right answers.
Yeah.
Rathian is the one we don't like. He has the wrong answers. He's not worthy of this.
Yeah, exactly.
And it feels a bit here where instead of letting Alleria make proper mistakes and have consequences for those mistakes, the worst thing she does is kind of just be ineffectual. Because there's no consequences to what she's done in this. Exactly. Firing that arrow was a reckless choice, and that should have had fall off, but ultimately, we just fight our way through some guards. Nobody on our side gets hurt whatsoever.
Yeah.
And when she is given that ultimate choice, she refuses it. She leaves. Nothing is lost on our side. Nothing is lost on Xal'atath's side.
Exactly. So it's very, again, it's very cut and dry. And like you said, I really like that term that you used, Paul. They're afraid of making people not like their characters because they're so set in a mindset of like, it is clear that this character is wrong, so you should not like them at the moment, and this character is right, so you should like them at the moment. People are more complex than that, and we've seen them write complex characters in side quests. This is the thing. But again, in the main story, it's like they're worried about people going, hey, what the hell? Why did you do that? Like, you've made this worse for us. Like, you're an adult.
I guess a good example of how sometimes they are doing that better, but not with the main ones. Because, like, General Steel Strike, she is wrong in what she was saying basically the whole way through in Hallowfall.
Yeah.
But we still like her because we get that stay a while where we actually learn her motivations. We learn why she is so reserved, why she is so willing to pull back, because she's just trying to survive down there. She is losing her hope, but she is trying to survive despite it.
Yeah.
In contrast to Faerun, who is staying alive by keeping her hope alive.
Yeah.
And so even though she is counter to the ultimate message delivered by Faerun, we still like General Steel Strike.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is a nuance afforded the side characters that is not really afforded the main characters.
Exactly. That's what I've always said. Well, we've talked very much at length in regards to how they treat Anduin like that. Like, Anduin can't ever be wrong because he's always designated as the character in the right. So that's why things tend to happen to Anduin rather than him making a choice which is bad.
Which, it is nice that he got to actually make that choice at the end of Hallowfall. And even though there weren't necessarily consequences for it, there are good narrative implications of it, of what he is realizing as a result of making that bad choice.
Exactly. And like you said, they've sort of turned it in a clever sort of way there. But even still, like, you see how that even in itself wasn't a choice that anyone was like, Anduin, you could have got us killed trying to save you doing that dumb shit. Like, no one brings that up with him. Like, it's completely, like I said, any sort of negative fallout from said main character's actions are usually quickly swept over. It's like, Anduin, you leapt off that shit and we were flying around blasting and Faerun. Alleria specifically says, land this ship, we gotta find Anduin, and Faerun's like, I don't think that's a good idea, until Alleria pushes and Faerun's like, okay, yeah, sure, let's go. That could have gotten them killed or hurt or put like other people in danger from Anduin's actions, but they won't bring that up, you see, because then it will be like Anduin did something wrong and people are pissed off at him about this. But that's okay. Like, I think that's what we keep on trying to reinforce. It's okay to let your main characters stumble and have other characters angry at them. Like the characters don't need to be like, punish, like, okay, take them out to the stocks and we're all going to throw tomatoes at them till they bloody explode or something. Other characters just need to talk to them about it and be like, hey, that isn't cool. And like, actually have a quest where that other character won't talk to them and be like, I'm not talking to them. They made a real fucking stupid decision and they could have got all of us killed too, right? And then you need to work through a quest where said character either needs to like apologize or just say, look, this is what my thoughts were with that. And that character says, well, make sure you don't do it again. It really PO'd me, you know? Don't do it again. And that also allows for future story writing if that character makes the same mistake again in the fallout with that and stuff like that. It creates that nuance that you can track and be like, well, that was the point of contention between these two characters. We can come back and use that. But with our main characters, as we see here, like, even when they do dumb decisions, there doesn't tend to be much consequences for their actions. At least, like you said, Port, with Anduin's, it's been cleverly turned to a little bit of like character growth, but no one calls him out that was dumb. And because he's Anduin, of course they'd try and turn the boat around and rescue him, because he's still got the title of king, essentially. People will go out of their way to save him, even if it's at risk of their own lives, even when he does foolish things. And while it may be validating for Anduin, that risk still exists, but no one brings it up. It's like, well, nothing Anduin could do could ever cause any risk to us, right? In the long term, and no one could be angry at Anduin for wanting like the light to come back to him, right? Let me just say, you're a guy on that ship and you see this guy leap off, a single guy with a sword, and he just starts swinging at the Nerubians. Do you say, we need to land that ship and save that guy? Or do you go, for the initial thought in your brain, do you go, what a fucking idiot, what the fuck is he doing? You're putting us at risk. You've just, you know what? You're gonna die. And like everyone points out, it's like, unlikely to be alive. And I would hesitate at being like, well, I'm going to risk everyone else's life on this ship to turn around and try and land and save this one dumbass's life. And it sucks to kind of say that, because it's like, we need to save all of our friends. And that's the thing, that is okay too. So you go, okay, we've got to land this ship. But you're telling me that no main characters, like, anyone, you need to stop doing these weird, risky decisions. I know you're in a tough place at the moment, but, like, that has the effect on the people around you, that other people can be caught up in your risks. You need to remember that, you know? Like, you may have a sense of freedom now, but you have to still watch out for, like, the butterfly's wings flapping a breeze, essentially. So, anyway, and I think a lot of WoW main characters suffer with that. I think that's pretty much concluding on my point here. It's a good way to put it. They're afraid to still have their main characters make mistakes that have any sort of consequence, and then the dealing of said consequence, which may be negative. They're okay with consequences that can be turned positive, but the idea of punishment and negative consequences for main characters is still a little bit shied away from. And when I'm saying a little bit shied away from, I mean still quite clear that that's shied away from. Like, through all of that, Alleria, really, other than Khadgar being blown up, and I'll still argue that was entirely the player character, lol, and no one's mad at us, these two really haven't had anyone get angry at them for, like, the mistakes and stuff like that. They've gotten angry at themselves, but no one else has gone, what the hell? You know what? No one stopped and questioned them and said, or I think you're putting other people at risk, or if you continue down this path, you will put other people at risk. Alleria can see that in her own mind, that she may put other people at risk, but she never has to face it. She never has to face the consequences of that within the story.
It's all very abstract for her right now,
Yeah.
and I was hoping with that cinematic that one of the points they would be going is that Alleria is refusing to realize or accept the regrets of how her supposed self-sacrifices, in quotes, were also sacrifices she forced on other people. She forced Sylvanas into the position of Ranger General, which led to her death. She forced Eretor to be without parents. She forced Tyrallion into this impossible position of choosing between his fate and his love.
Yeah.
And now she is continuously choosing in this expansion to not be a team player. She's choosing to embrace this vengeance, and I was really hoping we'd see some more direct consequences shown in game of that, so that she could kind of grapple with the fact of, oh, I've been viewing this from a very selfish perspective as I make these supposed noble sacrifices for the sake of protecting Azeroth. And it feels like we just missed the mark on that. So the ultimate choice she comes to of no longer making those sacrifices, no longer sitting in solitude, just feels like we didn't do anything with the concept before we're done with it now.
Yeah, totally agreed. And just comparing and contrasting just incredibly quickly here. This is also like an error, well, like I said, the major issue that was with, like, for example, Rathian's quest within Dragonflight. That was like, if you took this extreme to the opposite, it was like nothing Rathian could do was positive, and every single person had to bring up how essentially useless or, you know, negative every single one of his actions was, rather than being like, look, he's just a person, and let's learn why he's acting like this, take some time to spend with him, which we've done with these characters, and try and understand why he's making decisions like this. And we may not always agree with them, but at least we can understand them and understand why he's acting like so out of character in this sort of time. But it wasn't afforded for said character. Like, it was just like, no, he's literally just an idiot, pay him no fucking mind, Abyssian's right, you know? And then at the end it was like, oh, yeah, I guess, like, oh, see, isn't that better? And Rathian's like, yeah, it's so great that Abyssian's the aspect now. It's like, oh, what? You know, it was like the extreme opposite end of this. And the thing is that, again, the WoW devs need to just go, these characters, we are making them rounded characters. They need to engage in aspects of being a person, which is both positive and negative. You can't have a character, unless there's an extreme lesson that's going to be learnt here that was well deserving of a genuinely horrible person. An extreme, like, sort of like tongue lashing isn't, you know, may be needed at the end, but it isn't. It sometimes doesn't lead to the most effective resolution. And on the flip side, allowing characters to keep on making stupid mistakes but no one bringing up around them is like the opposite. It's like a weird sort of dearth of any sort of responsibility for said character. So it's really in that weird sort of end of extremes. And like I said, it's like you said, Port, they've clearly designated character you should not like until we tell you to like them. And it's like, okay, but even then it isn't a very satisfying resolution, because throughout that entire quest we've been told like this character is, you know, stupid, doesn't deserve to have a correct answer, you know, we need to make sure he's put down to make sure this character looks great next to him. And then for Alleria and Anduin here, it's like we need to have utmost sympathy for these characters. They're going through really hard things, so if you bring up one of their mistakes, none of the characters are going to bring up the mistakes. Like, no one's going to get angry at them, no one's going to tell them or like challenge them in any of their ideas. They themselves, you're going to just see the suffering within themselves. Like even Fairwind with Anduin, Fairwind never goes, Anduin, snap out of it. You are letting your fear and your, you know, pain spread to other people. At the moment, you just need to snap out of it. You need to keep moving. You can't do this. And Anduin going, oh, you know, kind of shocked and like snapped out of his sort of like...
Exactly with that intonation.
Exactly with that intonation. You need to get your shit together. This is not the time for it. You can do this at another time and day. You need to pull yourself together. There is things closing around us. I'll be your shoulder here, but you need to get the fuck up right fucking now. Fairwind never talks to Anduin like that, because probably if Fairwind did talk to that, she'd be even more hated by the community because she's a black woman. But that's the thing, Anduin needed a character to say that to him. Instead, it's Anduin struggling by himself and Fairwind being like, no, don't worry, just breathe, it's okay, you know, like, it's all good, it's okay. That's fine for like real life with someone that you're close to, but this is a person that Fairwind's just met, and his hesitation and his lingering and his self-doubt could endanger her, us, the player character, and all the soldiers that she needs to care for around her. Like, time and place is all I've got to say. And Anduin needed that like sort of harsh wake up, like, you need to stop right now. You can do this later, but at the moment you need to pull your shit together. You can use us as strength, but at the moment you need to move. You know, that sort of like idea there. But they won't say that, because saying that to Anduin is saying that what Anduin is doing is wrong, or in this sense, I don't want to really use the words wrong, but it can be detrimental to the people around him. But he isn't called out on that, and no one tells him to take responsibility for that. And like I said, I'm not dissing Anduin's story, because I enjoyed it, like, just going through, but when you see it compared to other characters that have stories that have been told within World of Warcraft, within the recent expansions, it's just this disparity still. And I think they do need to just relax the grip on these characters and let them learn from mistakes, and have other characters say, hey, not cool. Even if it's the softest, hey, not cool. At least someone's like, I don't think what you're doing is right, and it's can endanger the people around you. You're being very, like I said, very self-absorbed at the moment with your own worries and issues, when this isn't really the time and a place for it. When we get back to the city, you can pour your heart out then, but this is the time where you need to get up. I will be your shoulder. Place your hand on my shoulder and I will lift you up, but you need to take the first steps, essentially. Right? So it's like, what you're doing is dangerous at the moment. I need you to move. And it's like, I'm calling you out, but I'm giving you a solution. You can either take it or not. And I think that a lot of these main characters, like Anduin and Alleria, there's a kind of like a solution in front of them, and no one gives them a harsh talking to about like what they should be doing. It's just them navel gazing until they go, oh my god, that was the right thing to do, you know. Like, it's fine, but it's still, like I said, there's a disparity, and the story can be improved by that sort of resonance between characters, that sort of conversation. And these are hard situations. WoW is selling these issues to us as hard situations that are difficult challenges to overcome for these characters, but they're strangely done in solitude. They're done in a vacuum for each character, and earlier the character has either been designated as good or as to be disliked. And both Alleria and Enwin have got the big sticker on their foreheads saying, these characters are to be liked. We're supposed to sympathize with them. And if anyone calls them out for any of their behavior, that isn't appropriate. Like, they're supposed to be dealing with
that's
it
cute.
themselves.
Come over here to the soup.
Oh.
They added a new soup eating animation.
Me going on about my character design. I'm going to eat soup to calm down. Anyway, but yeah, there's just my take. Like I said, and this is speaking as someone who has enjoyed War Within. I think Alleria's story is very thin, like too little butter over too much bread. However, I've had a good time with it here. But it's like, how can you improve upon that? And the thing is, it's very clear where the issue still lies with these characters' characterization, and it's the refusal again to acknowledge that these characters have responsibilities and no one engaging these characters on their responsibilities. They do still feel very nervous about noting their good characters should be talked to. Also, this is a really good soup animation. What the hell? Does it change every time?
Yeah.
And I've got a fish and a spoon.
No, I think it's the same one. Like you actually eat soup now.
Yeah, we've got a skewer, we've got a spoon, we've got a bowl. We're ready to go. There we go. Also, the soup has a little bit garnish. We've got peppers in there.
Okay, do we want to turn in the quest now? Do we want to really fully complete the campaign now?
Yeah, I think I've also said Syl's ideas there too, because we actually talk about that a lot in our Rathian videos, and like we've talked about this a lot in the Anduin video that we all did too, in a sense that punishment and responsibility is very much a sliding scale between characters, and it's a little bit telling sometimes. I think it was a little bit less.
Such a fascinating
anyway,
visitor.
there we go. Turning it in. Report to the Weaver.
I anticipated your exodus from the city would be boisterous, but you enjoy exceeding expectations, don't you? I've been expecting you.
Okay.
You've brought two powerful Kaheti into our humble conspiracy and reunited
Was this
with
Spider Lady hitting on me?
Impressive.
Oh, we've been upgraded to a darling morsel. That's so cute.
I shall reach out to the General and Vizier soon. As my primary agent in this delightful tangle of threads,
Okay.
I'll require
So we're going to have a little
during this initial
talk with the Vizier. Now my game actually, hold on, I need to move away from the NPC to sort out that
that happens
selection.
sometimes.
Yeah.
I've heard much about you.
Hold on. 1 second, I actually need to fly away. It's bugging out, I can't pick up my quest.
Oh, big hitbox.
Yeah, big hitbox. Can't escape that hitbox.
I'm having the exact same problem.
Yeah, fly away from her and you'll be able to sort it. Okay.
Such a
now we just have to activate these shade casters.
Our threads will cross again.
Nice. Open all comms. What about and talk to her. Okay, so
now we talk to her.
Yeah.
Welcome, little morsel. Our mutual agent has informed me that their allies from above will storm our realm for Xalatath's head.
However, disposing of Xalatath will not be enough to save our people. It is Ansarek that is leading us to our downfall. Ah, you speak of insurrection. You don't know our queen as I know her. Our people go missing. Dark forces walk the palace. Ansarek only thinks of power.
But she is still Nephris's blood. Is there no redeeming her?
We blinded our tired hearts from the truth, widow. Ansarek is nothing like her mother. Indeed. But we three can work together to restore Nephres's ideals instead.
I understand. We must slay Ansarek and sever the threads that shackle our people.
Okay.
A little weave rat.
Again, bringing up that thing, it's like, what? How can the queen be bad when she's of noble blood? How can that be?
We must notify our allies.
How can a noble be evil? Oh, what the hell? Ah, hell yeah. Okay, there we go. Now, back with Alleria here. Okay, meet with Moira in Dornagal. Is this basically our last quest to return?
This is the end, yes.
Dornagal awaits.
Well, well, well.
We'll meet you there, champion.
I mean, now we're going to use our fancy new portal.
Ooh!
Oh, and Bran is also here.
Bran! What the hell? Oh! Oh yeah, companion experience. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I like him being here for like all the Delve stuff because I'm excited about future Delve companions. Copium Rathian. Copium to the max and extreme here. Anyway, that's a very cool portal too, by the way. Oh, there we go.
Yes. Yeah, it is in the capital city, so now we have a much easier access to and from the bottom.
Ooh, that's good for raids and stuff like that too, because I was like, oh, there's a bit of a big fly if you want to go to like the raid and stuff. So, okay, heading down to this little questy here.
Oh, wrong area.
Yeah, wrong area. I'm having a look at it. And so I was too busy reading my map and looking at what portals I had on my map now. I'm like, ooh, interesting. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Moira's like, good to see you back, and these two don't respond. Rude.
Oh, minor plot spoilers on Moira's model.
Oh. Oh, she's already got a hammer. She's got Fearbreaker already.
Yeah.
Ew.
Let's pretend we did that quest line.
Yeah, let's pretend we did that. We had the rundown. We totally helped her. Everything. Oh, world quest. Oh, that's nice. An adventure mode.
Yes.
Must go.
Okay, cool. So now it's like you can get the later in about 12 hours, the Earthen will become unlocked. There we go.
More than 12 hours because it's on Tuesday.
Oh,
Wednesday for you.
Hold on, I'm just gonna.
Tuesday at 3 p.m. PST.
Yeah, 15 hours.
Oh.
Give or take. There we go. Okay, so speak with Fairwind. Okay, cool.
There is an interesting bit of dialogue here from Alleria that is kind of emblematic of the issues I have with how fast her arc was.
Okay, Xal'atath remains a threat that must be eliminated, but I see now that my single-minded drive to vanquish her was misguided. My sense of guilt and thirst for vengeance warped my perspective. I blamed myself for what happened and thought that I was alone and had to make things right. I'm not the only one to seek Xal'atath to her justice. We'll face her together as one. That was a very rushed storyline. Yeah.
Yes.
Alleria's storyline should have gone over the entire course of this expansion. But I'm wondering now, is it actually Anduin's story that is going to be over the course?
Well, that's the thing, because Anduin seems much more open-ended, but Anduin is also not from Quel'Thalas, so
Yeah.
I'm starting to see why he's going to be the more relevant one in Midnight.
Exactly. I feel a little bit like both of these characters should have still had the stories quite open-ended by the end of that sort of like bit of shenanigans just then. And let me just say this may be a bit presumptive, but I feel like no side quest in any of those zones would have dealt with these characters directly.
No,
yeah,
they
exactly.
don't.
So
the only side quest that deals with them is the level 81 with Anduin.
Yes.
And Faerun.
So, and like I said, we don't know what quests. I bet there is going to be some quests that have been encrypted that we'll see later. Right, for max level sort of stuff. I'm being hopeful. There may be some max level stuff.
Well, there is the max level. Yeah, there is. I know there are a few stay a while and listens with Alleria, so hopefully that will expand on it more. But
okay, cool. Yes.
I do wonder how much they can expand on it when her arc is already over.
Yeah. this whole Zealoteth art has just been like slammed shut. But however, I mean, the end of the raid may lead to something, you know, that re-triggers something. I mean, we could be hopeful there. But if we're going for just base game, the story that is given us to base game, Alleria's story was not very strong. Like we've said already. But yeah, can't say I'm a huge fan. It's just okay, that happened. You know what I mean? It wasn't offensive, but it certainly wasn't engaging in a way that I would hope. You know what I mean? It doesn't do Alleria's character any wrong. Like, I'm like, yep, that was still Alleria, you know? However, it does seem like it was just a Sunday stroll for it. It's like, it's like, what I get up to on my Sundays, cause an enemy with an ancient being, you know, like go to a different realm, shoot my bow a bit, and then by supper time, I'm all good again. Yeah, it does feel very book closed. Anduin's, I just hope that they don't keep on, because, I mean, ironically, even though I enjoyed Anduin's story a lot more, he's already like, oh, I'm recovered from my like deep depression about this, and now I'm trying to like learn more about myself, which is better. But again, like Anduin did not act out in this expansion. He was very. He did have now I'm actually going to take that back. He did have moments of anger, which I liked in regards to that. He did
the moment in the cave was very good.
Yes, I'd actually say that Anduin does have a greater span of emotions that he's shown during this expansion. Not as intense as I would like, and not as moving as I would like. They were good, like don't get me wrong, but I wanted to see this man at rock bottom. I wanted him to be fucking miserable. But we got a panic attack. We saw him like struggling a lot. We saw a little bit of anger.
Accurate depiction of a panic attack.
Yes, accurate depiction of a panic attack. And that was basically it, I feel like. But he has the benefit of, it feels like he could have a few steps back in his journey to recovery here, and it wouldn't feel unusual. Like if something challenged him and it pushes him again, he could have a few steps back in his journey of healing, air quotes there. So wouldn't you agree with that, Sil, too? Like at the moment where he's at, I wouldn't put that past, like, let's just say he sees someone important die in front of him or get injured in front of him. I'm not cursing Rathian here, I'm cursing someone else. Anyone else. I feel like that might affect Anduin again to make bad decisions. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think that I also wanted to see him at a much lower low. Like, I do feel like he kind of suffers through that problem that you guys were talking about, where Warcraft, you can tell like who are the darlings of like the writing team because they're like afraid to write them in a way that would make them seem unsympathetic or unlikable. And unfortunately that means like avoiding giving them flaws or like having their suffering, like have them be a bad victim, I guess, in a way. And I feel like Anduin kind of suffered from that, but I feel like I've kind of turned a page with that. Like I've kind of accepted that I don't like, it's not going to be written this way. We're not going to see him.
Where even though they're not necessarily going that path, they are going the other path for a reason. It is not just to treat him as darling boy. They just wanted to show a different low to bring him out in a different way, and in a way that I think culminated really well in that final conversation in Azj-Kahet with Vizier.
Yeah. I like you saying so. Yeah.
I like you.
Go on.
I think we're like far enough into like the questing in this expansion to say I like the direction that they're going with him. That doesn't mean that it could suddenly turn on a dime like next patch, depending on what team is writing him or whatever, you know. So I'm trying to still be like cautious. But I do feel myself feeling positive, optimistic, which is a dangerous spot to be in with Warcraft because like we saw in Dragonflight with Rathian, I was trying to be positive and optimistic about him for a while, and then I just ended up falling flat on my face. And
notably, we did kind of
when Embers of Neltharion.
Yeah, I notably we did kind of feel that coming though, because we didn't actually say this publicly, but we were like, what is all with Rathian's writing at the moment? He felt very unusual even in 10.0. Remember, it was like
It did,
really
yes.
saying that it was, and
Yeah.
we sort of said to each other, we were like, look, if this is as bad as it's going to get, we can cope through that. But the problem, like I always joked, like right at the start of Dragonflight, I made this joke so many times. I was like, look, they'll reverse him back to just before BFA, and then we'll go through that story that we saw in his journal together, like him taking time with people and, you know, listening to people and, you know, gauging with his own flaws and learning to like rise above them and, you know, that they don't define him. But we didn't get that. We did get the return to before BFA though. They were like, hey, what if he acts like a teenager again? But we're not going to really explain this other than, doesn't your sibling make you act like this? It's like, no, not really. Like, you can be silly with your sibling. You can be like that fucking dickhead with that sibling. But it was so poorly executed. So,
I think they're doing like a much better job at taking a character and putting them through a rough situation where they would be behaving differently, even though it's not as extreme as I would have preferred it to be or wanted it to be or was hoping that it would be. Like, he still feels like Anduin, he still feels like in character. They didn't do any, he's not sitting on the ground chucking rocks. He's not shouting, what are you looking at me for? Let's go. He did sit on the ground, but he was very, very politely. He wasn't
very polite.
Very demure.
Very mindful.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I totally get you with that.
So I think for me, like, part of a story is this kind of like nebulous idea of like, can I buy what the story is selling? Which is basically like, can I pick up what the story is putting down? Like, am I in like, do I feel like the story is compelling enough? Has it like earned like attention from me? And like, I not like respect, but like, can I buy into this story? Like, I don't really know exactly, like, I can't give you like a list of like items that a story would need for me to do that, but like compelling, consistent characterization, an emotional arc that I'm invested in. Like, I feel like I'm kind of at that point with this story, whereas in Dragonflight with Rathian's story, it was kind of like, I felt like I was being punished for caring too much about Rathian's arc and where he was going or wasn't going, or just him as a character. I don't feel that with Anduin here, so...
I don't think we'll ever have to feel that with Anduin, because Anduin is never going to be a tool in someone else's arc.
Right.
Like, in the way Rathian
is. Like, and that's actually a really good way of putting it too. So, like, feeling like you were stupid in investing any sort of like hopes in regards to a character's story. That was very obvious with Rathian's art. It made you feel like an idiot for expecting anything, I think, which is a real writing the no. Like, that was very bad.
And again, with the caveat, I could be eating my words. Like, who knows what's going to come with the upcoming patches? Like, his characterization could change on a dime depending on who's writing him. That's kind of just how this game works, unfortunately. So, but for now, I think it's safe to say that I was along for the ride and I enjoyed his journey, like, through the questing here.
I'm in total agreement with you. I genuinely enjoyed Anduin's story a lot from what this base game just sold me then. If I was an Alleria fan, I'd be like, oh, is that it? But I wouldn't be upset in a sense of like, I'd want more, but I wouldn't be like, well, they totally ruined Alleria. They made her like absolutely fucking the worst, you know, like they really...
Like, Alleria feels more like a lot of the past issues of just wasted potential more than bad story.
Yes, exactly. That's a good way of putting it. It's just the potential that's just been lost, that wasted potential, and we're like, oh, but we could have had more, you know.
It's good to be back to the old flaws rather than BFA to Dragonflight
flaws. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that at least that always opens up that character to being used again. It's like, well, you remember doing this? We can do some more with this character. It's like, okay, cool. Anduin's, like I said, that's how I kind of feel at the moment. I'm like, I want to see some more. I want to see him try and put like these... I love how he's like holding not being a king in one hand and being like, how do I find self-acceptance in the other? He's like, how do I put these two together?
Oh, no.
You can definitely feel that sort of he's working things out. And like you said, so it could just turn that he's like, well, this means I will just have to be a good king. I will learn to be a different king than my father. I mean, my father was a good king, but I will be a different king in regards to that. Or it could be finding his own way, which is definitely an option here. I'm slightly hopeful. Dare I say, my hopes are slightly up. I'm ready for pain. I'm ready to hurt again. I am eternally inquisitive, and I shall pay for it. But I'm hoping I won't with Anduin. So, agreed, Sil. And Port, you're totally right. I'd rather have those flaws in my writing just underused and not enough than, like you said, from BFA to Dragonflight's issues there.
Underused and not badly used.
Yes, underused and not badly used. So, exactly.
Let's go meet Fairwind first and fully finish today's pre-launch quests.
Pre-launch quests. Yeah, but like I said, I think that's the conclusion. Kind of wanted more with Alleria. Could have had a lot more tightening to a quest or a lot more aspects to a quest. And Anduin's has left me feeling hopeful, which is a nice feeling. I think that's why I've enjoyed this expansion from just those quests at least.
Okay. So this is our new little hub. We have Faerun and Brinth here.
Faerun, Brinth. We got hold on. Oh, I thought that was bloody Steelheart just then for a second. We've got Arathi here. We've got Oath Swarm. We've got Machine Speakers. This is a nice little hub. This is cool.
In my heart, there is
fire. Hey, Kaz. Hey,
we're
talking about Kazamka.
We are here to help.
Okay.
We should do this later, but this is the continuation of that Merrick's quest line that we did over here.
Oh.
We should definitely do that later, not now.
I'm guessing it's a bit of a longer one. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yes. Cool. So we'll
I haven't done it yet, but yes, I know it's a longer one.
Oh, this is the smuggling one. So looking forward to that one. Yeah. Like I said, they've done a very good job with world building and earthen stories again too.
Yeah.
May I just say. Like I said, we are hopeful for Anduin. Our little hearts got that seed of hope in them. Like I said, I really hope that it is your interpretation, Paul. Like, entirely. Yes. I hope it is completely. I hope I'm so fucking wrong. I'm like, wow, who is Boo Boo the Fool? But instead of frowning while looking in the mirror, I'll be grinning. I'll be like, fucking Boo Boo the Fool here was a hater when it wasn't needed. That sort of response. And like I said, it'll be fun to see these characters kind of grow. And who they'll be like I said, I do hope they take Faerun with us. Like, she doesn't have to be like a main character, but I feel like she'd create a good kind of balance for other characters too. You know what I mean? Yes. And supposedly in that quest, like, not to spoil anyone listening to, like, it seems like Anduin's like, when Anduin gives the response when Faerun says that she'd like to meet Rathin, Anduin's like, oh, I don't think Dawn would survive the pair of you. Does Faerun have a silly side? We want to see that. I don't think we've seen that entirely just yet. We've heard that she was a bit of a terror when she was a kid, but I feel like she's very demure and very mindful now that she's older. So let's see a bit of silliness from them all. You know, these people who couldn't be kids when they were kids, you know? Like, that'll be fun. Those are the sorts of quests where you can inject a bit of humour when it's friends being friends with each other. I'm raising an eyebrow here, going, Anyway, but like I said, again, be mindful of Rathian and jokes, because as we were just talking about, you turned him into a joke last expansion. So,
do either of you want to say any closing words for this, or should I just stop the recording?
You know what? We will. We're hopeful and don't fuck it up, is my word.
Yeah. Left more hopeful than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Definitely a step up from Dragonflight, and hopefully we don't have the same pitfalls as Dragonflight's patches in future.
Yes, exactly. I hope there's been some
If nothing else, the promise of an actual max level campaign is already much better.
And that continuation with the next patches. I hope that within this... I hope that because I've noticed this a lot on social media too, people are clearly saying, I like these stale whiles and listens. I like hearing these characters talk. I like knowing about these characters. More of this, please. I hope they really do see that, because people like quests, people like lore, people like story. Yeah, you've always got idiots who say, well, I never read quest lore, you know. But the thing is, as long as you have the skip, it never affects them. But a good portion of your player base, like, does still care about story. They will, and this is the thing, you shouldn't shy away from making people care about your story. Don't you want people to love your characters? Is what I always say, like, the flaws and all, like, you can really sell these characters. And when you sell these characters, Blizzard bosses, you can make money by selling merch of them. And selling tie-in products. They need to understand, they need to champion their characters, not in a way that hides their flaws or never lets them grow as characters, but you need them to engage with each other. We need to make people invested and make people care about them, and not just before you do like a now they're dead scene. You know what I mean? Like, build that. And as long as you build that and you keep on building on top of that, and don't ever think like, oh, well, that character's story arc is entirely done, they can never have a story arc again. So much can be done to make things interesting with characters, how they interact with people. And as long as you have that base of them interacting with people and having characters care about others inside of your own story, you can always make more stories from that. It's the foundations of not just world building, but character building. So that also needs to be championed when you
hopefully they do that properly in the patch story, because they do seem to be doing better in this. So
yes,
we're hopeful.
We're hopeful.
Hopefully we are not let down again.
We're hopeful. Don't fuck it up. We're emphasizing the don't fuck it up bit. Like, it's just clear, concise stories, and not just, oh, we'll meander about and never tell stories for these main characters and just like give you 1,000 side stories not in relation to your main characters. Champion your main characters, give us something to care about here, right? So it's like the build up is there. You want to know about these characters, you want to see their story. So anyway, Sil, you got any extra words?
No, I don't think so. I think, like you guys, I'm also hopeful. I was pleasantly surprised at how much I enjoyed this, and I do feel a little hopeful for the upcoming story, but I also don't want to be disappointed like I was in Dragonflight, so I am a little reserved. But really good story, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, don't
say it.
Don't fuck it up.
Yeah, there we go. Those are the words of power. Don't fuck it up.
WoW has earned some goodwill from me, so I'm willing to go along for this ride.
Yes. And the other thing is that, like, with that, I hope that at least if anyone does watch these videos, we've sort of explained, which I think we have, like, what is essential in regards to characters and what we liked here and what points really worked, like taking those moments in Hallowfall for the characters to talk and to explain things and discuss other characters.
Also, I hope Fairwind gets a girlfriend. That's what I want. He deserves a nice girlfriend.
You know what? I offer myself up. Don't tell my girlfriend. I offer myself up if Fairwind needs a girlfriend. Anyway, but yeah, like I mean, obviously Faerun was very honest and said, I don't have many friends. Like, make it, there's lots of people in the cast that she can engage with, you know, like
Talia.
Yeah, like, oh my god, like that. Like, they're both paladin aligned. Like that. Just, and if the dev's like, well, no way would they ever, just make them meet. You have the power. Just be like, you know what, inviting this character in, they hit it off, they have very similar interests, you know, they're both like that, and like they've already just make them interact. I'm grabbing my head here, I'm like, just make your characters interact and form those sorts of relationships.
If we can have Flynn and Fairwind randomly show up here, we can have anyone randomly show up here.
Exactly, though, exactly. And like the max level quest, we've got people coming over on boats, so do we have portals too? Like, obviously they're bringing in mages for portals, so the gang's all here, you know? So anyway, we'll see what they do. I'm actually, because I think they're going to have a little bit of fun before getting into the serious stuff, I'm looking forward also to the anniversary patch in November. They said there's a lot of story actually in regards to that too. On the roadmap, it still notes story quests for 10.05. So we'll see whether that story quest entwined with the anniversary or whether they're story quests to do with the War Within. It remains to be seen. So there we go. Anyway.
Yeah. Well.
Thank you all for
The
joining
next time
in.
we're seeing will probably be the max level story.
Yeah, max level story. We'll sweep up some quests there. Go visit Enwin and Fairwind in Hallowfall, see what they got to say. And if there's any secret quests that are like, whoa, really good quests, we'll engage with those ones too. So there we go. And thank you all for listening as well. And
Yes,
see
thank you for
everyone.
listening.